Guten Morgen. Now, I am Tom Campbell, and the topic here is consciousness and the cultural connection. First, I'd like to thank some of the people that made this possible. I guess at the top of that list are all of you who logged on to this event or paid for this event early on, because that was what gave us the courage to make all those reservations at the venues and risk all that money that when we got to the end of it, we would at least break even. Okay, there's a pretty long list. First on this list is Oliver Weiss. It's right here on the corner, and he's contributed so much to the My Big Toe message over the last several years, runs the Fireside Chat, puts up Matrix Wissen website, which I suspect most of you have been to, which has translations of some of my work, and a lot of other good things as well. Asghar Ermak, also known as Malaya, he helped us set up. Boris, the translator. Now, I have Boris's last name on my notes as Boris Blank, but I wonder whether that's his name or whether somebody just didn't know what his name was. Is that all right, Boris?
That is his name.
Boris Blank, all right. We don't have to fill in the blank, it's blank. All right, then Bill O'Brien, thank you for helping us set up last night. Fuad Talil, and his friend Mirko Belber. Marcus and Andrea Birel helped with donations that helped put that translation booth back there. Also, Holger Schnatt also helped us fund the translation booth. That was kind of an extra expense here that actually was a pretty steep expense, but it's great that you might, some of you, if you struggle with the English and would like to switch to the headset, there's a whole bunch of headsets in the back. Just get up and walk back and get one if you think that might be better than the English. So you can try either one. Is there only 4 left? Oh, okay. Only 4 back there. So if that's a problem, you better get up quick, because there might not be any. All right, so much for that. And of course, last but not least, I have to thank Keith and Donna at MBT Events for organizing all of this. Yeah. Well, it's really wonderful to be in Frankfurt, Germany. I feel like I belong here. Now, I took German in college, but that was over 40 years ago. And living in the US, you don't really get an opportunity to speak any language other than English, because it's English for 2,000 miles in any direction. So it's a little different than being in Europe, where you run into people speaking all sorts of languages all the time. So after 44 years after my last lesson in German, my German isn't so good anymore. Well, I'm a scientist, a physicist, with a cough that I'll interrupt you with all through this talk, but I'll do my best. And I have a lot to say about quantum mechanics and about relativity. So that's some of my favorite subjects. And at Copenhagen, where the science of quantum mechanics was born, there were more Germans in attendance, I think, than any other nationality. Max Planck, Albert Einstein, Max Born, Werner Heisenberg, Erwin Schrödinger. Well, Schrödinger was actually an Austrian, but it's close enough, isn't it? Also, I'm a philosopher, and one of the biggest arguments in philosophy that has been raging since the time of Plato was the idealists versus the realists. The idealist being on the side of there is something more than this physical reality, the realist being on the side of this physical reality is it. And when you think about that argument that's been millennia been argued for millennia, you'll think of names like Immanuel Kant. Where was I? Yeah, these German philosophers dominated 19th century philosophy, and all of them were on the side of idealism, which of course is the side that my big toe falls on. So you can see from the scientists to the philosophers, and then least but not last, I'm also kind of out on the fringe with my ideas, have been, getting less and less on the fringe these days, moving pretty rapidly toward the center, but I started way out on that fringe, and I'm reminded of Rudolf Steiner was an early pioneer in combining science and spirituality. And I'm not as early as he was, but I'm also in the business of combining science and spirituality. So in kind of all the phases in which I work, the Germans have kind of been there first and given me a lot of support in these ideas. I'm going to try to arrange this talk today so that we have extra time for questions and answers. I think what will be most fun and most educational will be your questions. But I'm going to start out with a question, and you folks will have to give me the answer, and that is, how many are very familiar with my work? Just raise your hands if you're familiar with it. Oh, that's almost everybody. How many are not at all familiar with my work? Just don't really know what this guy's about or why you're here. Yeah, a couple in the back, but not too many. Then I plan to give a little background just to bring kind of everybody up to speed, but I will make it shorter. I'll cut that background short because most of you seem to probably not need a whole lot of background. But I would like to run over just the very basics quickly before I talk more about our subject, which is the cultural connection. Okay, where will we start? I am an unusual person to be a physicist and also be interested in consciousness, and that means also interested in the non-physical. I got my first lesson, I guess, in consciousness when I was a graduate student in physics, of course, working on my PhD, and I saw a sign that asked me whether or not I wanted to learn to meditate. Do you want to meditate? It helps you get by with less sleep. And that was all I needed to hear, because as a graduate student, you need to get by on less sleep. So I paid my $25 special rate for students, got a mantra, and found meditation was very easy. It just was, I was a natural for the meditation. Got the very deep states, got the point consciousness like on my first try, and was able to stay there as long as I wanted. So obviously I'd had a little practice in times before that. But the thing that really got me interested in consciousness was I found that I could debug my software that I was writing, my code. And that was a very, very helpful skill. In those days, you didn't have all the debug routines that you have now. What you had was boxes of punch cards that you carried around in these long boxes, and you'd have maybe 10,000 cards in your program. That'd be 10,000 lines of code, which is a pretty short piece of software these days, but that's what we worked with in those days. And anything could be an error. Even the punch hole in that card was just 1/10 of a millimeter off. The computer wouldn't read it right. So there were lots of errors besides the ones that you created yourself in the code. And finding them was very difficult because computers were not like they are now. And you only got maybe 1 or 2 runs in a week. It was a long line of people for the computer, which was probably only 1/10 as strong as what's in a laptop these days. Probably 1,000th as strong as what's in a laptop these days. So when you only got 2 chances in a week to see whether your code worked or not, and it got thrown out because of a card punch error or something you did in the code, you can see how long it might take you with no debug software, nothing but try to figure it out. And the only debug technique there was put in a lot of print statements, and you could see about where it stopped printing. That was the only debug strategy there was. So people spent a lot more time in those days trying to find the errors before they went to the computer for even the first time. You'd spend a month just in the debug phase before you'd put it in for your first run. Otherwise, it would take you 6 months to a year just to debug 10,000 lines of code. Those were the bad old days of computing. So anyway, I found that I could get in a meditation state and find all my errors, even the key punch errors, all the cards that didn't work right. I could scroll through like I was looking at an output, and all the lines that were faulty would be in red, and the other lines would be in black. And I thought, wow, I wonder what that means. So I tried it. I went and I looked for those lines, and sure enough, those were the ones that had errors in it. So I got really good at debugging code. Other physicists that were in the same building I was in started to ask me, if I would help them debug their code. So I found it to be a very useful. But that was the first time since I was very small that I realized that reality isn't just this physical space, because there was nothing physical going on there in my mind in a meditation state. So that was my first aha moment about this reality being different. So that's how a physicist got going into studying consciousness. Shortly after I graduated, I ran into Bob Monroe, who wrote Journeys Out of the Body, Far Journeys, An Ultimate Journey, and he was wanting to study consciousness. Just build a lab, didn't know what to do with it, but wanted to study consciousness to make it science, to make it repeatable, to bring other people into that experience. And I was already primed to study consciousness because of my meditation. So that's how I got really into the conscious research. So my career in physics and my career in consciousness studies both started at about the same time, within a few months of each other. Both of those careers launched. And from then up to just about 7 or 8 years ago, I kept those two careers going all that time for about 40 years or so. Now I just do the consciousness. I'm retired from the physics part of it. So that's kind of where I come from and what my background is. When I was with Bob, he taught me how to go out of body. That's what it was called, out of body. I think Bob actually coined that word, out of body. It's a real poor acronym because we don't go out of body. Our consciousness has nothing to do with our body. We are already out of body. All we need to do is become aware of our consciousness. So anyway, Bob enabled me to get into this larger conscious system whenever I wanted to, and to do that in a precise way, so that I always ended up at the same place in the same way, according to where my intent was. And I used that to do research in consciousness. And you do research in consciousness just like you do research here. You have, you do something, you have an intent, something happens, and then you go back and change just one variable and do it again and see if the same thing happens. Then you change another variable and see if the same thing happens. And when you find that the same thing doesn't happen, then you go back and start doing research around that variable, see how that affects things. So it was just one variable at a time, doing hundreds and hundreds of iterations on all the variables that I could think of until I had some idea of how consciousness worked. What were its limitations? What could I do? What couldn't I do? Why did it work sometimes and not other times? All these questions. And I'm a pretty slow learner, so it took me about 35 years before I thought I understood it enough to write about it. And that's when I put the books out in 2002. Now that's almost 15 years ago. At that time, my books were books about consciousness mainly. I mentioned physics a little bit in the books, but they were basically a theory of consciousness. And I understood that consciousness was at the core, was at the root, that this reality was derivative of consciousness. Then about 2 years later, after that book was published, I realized that something I should have realized in the beginning, that the very same ideas, the very same concepts that made up my theory of consciousness also answered the outstanding questions, the big questions in physics, like why is the speed of light a constant? See, how quantum mechanics works. What's the mechanism there in quantum mechanics? So then I started looking around in science and see, well, what else could I do with these virtual reality concepts and apply them? And I found that I could understand or explain logically how all of the paradoxes in physics worked. They weren't paradoxes anymore. So that was probably 2004, maybe. Since then, I've been learning and figuring things out, as time goes on. And most recently, last October, I presented in Los Angeles 6 quantum mechanics experiments that I would hope that physicists in major universities would perform these experiments, because these experiments do something. Did the sound suddenly tell you have a problem? I heard the sound. Oh, there, it's back. All right. Gremlins. No, it's back.
Is it back?
Yes. Boris, you got a signal? Okay, we'll go on. Technology, it's a challenge. It's wonderful when it works. So where was I? Ah, yes. So it solved all these paradoxes. So it solved all the paradoxes that I could find in metaphysics. It solved all the paradoxes I could find in philosophy, in theology, and then in physics. So that started to give me a warm feeling that maybe it was, not a bad theory, if it could do all those things and do them logically with very little in the way of assumptions being made to support it. The two assumptions are only that consciousness exists and that consciousness evolves, that evolution exists. So I'll give you a little, we'll get a little primer, I guess, on virtual reality, because I'm going to use these terms somewhat today, and I want to kind of bring everybody up to speed. I know most of you said you're familiar, but I'd like to bring everybody up at least to the same speed about how the virtual reality works, so you keep that in mind. That's the virtual reality is what these 6 experiments are based on. It's the logic of virtual reality that interprets how these experiments will work. So you set up an experiment, and then you say, well, given that this is a virtual reality, here's how this ought to work, and here's what should happen at the end. Here's the result that you should get. And these experiments are, they perform what I would call major miracles. They will do things. They will allow me to demonstrate things that are impossible. For instance, a radioactive source can decay in any direction. If we have a little bit of uranium here or some other radioactive source, little particles will fly out of it. That's what it means to call it radioactive. And they'll fly out randomly in a random direction. Okay? So there's no favored direction. It's just a random direction is where it goes. And that's just a fact. Okay? In one of my experiments, I predict where the next particle the direction that the next particle will come out in. Usually the way this is done is you have a radioactive source at the center, and then you have two hemispherical detectors on either side of it. So it emits a particle, then that particle is going to be detected in one of the two hemispheres. Okay, so it becomes a binary thing. And my experiment will say, the next time that decays, it's going to be collected in the right hemisphere or the left hemisphere before the particle ever decays. Well, if you know any basic physics, you'll know that that's just impossible. Another one of my experiments, for example, looks at what's called beam splitters or half-silvered mirrors. A half-silvered mirror is a piece of glass, transparent glass that light goes through, and half of the area of that glass has little specks of reflecting material on it, like little silver specks all over it. So half of that material is really covered by these little silver specks, and the other half is still just transparent. It's half silver because when you send light to it, a photon, let's say, there's a 50-50 chance whether that photon will land on one of those little silver specks and be reflected, or whether that photon will go right through and be transmitted. And you never know until which it's going to be until after it's done it. But with my experiment, I will predict before the photon ever gets there whether it will be reflected or whether it will be transmitted. Again, that's just not possible. So to do that, it's a miracle. So I hope to perform several miracles with these experiments. And when I perform these miracles, the way that you can adjust the parameters in the experiment will also make it obvious that you change this parameter and the experiment will react in a different way, an intelligent way. So it's also going to show that not only do we have these miracles, but that the miracles are based in intelligence by the way you can manipulate the variables. That it's an aware, there's something aware going on in the background. It's not just entirely mechanical. So that will have two big effects. One, it'll say that without a doubt, this is a virtual reality because only virtual reality concepts will explain how this works. Secondly, it says that consciousness is the computer. Two big paradigm shifts. So that's coming, hopefully this year or the next. Science works slowly. It's a very deliberate thing, and it takes a long time to chug through all the processes. Right now, you can, if you're interested in those experiments, you can go to YouTube, look up MBTLA. The videos were put up probably maybe December, I guess sometime like that, late November, December. And you can see that presentation that explains some about virtual reality and explains these experiments. And if you are a science type or a technical type and you have peers that you'd like to sit down and go over this with, getting them to watch YouTube with you is probably problematical, but I've got a bunch of DVDs with me that have basically edited out just the most important scientific part and put it on a DVD. And I probably have about 15 or 20 of them with me. So if that's something that you think you could make use of, come up and see me and I'll give you one. So that's what's going on in my world in the physics. It's kind of new ideas and new concepts that are very exciting. So we may find some really exciting things that happen. So if my virtual reality concepts are right, then we should find some very exciting things. Of course, that's what experiments are for, is to find out whether they're right or not. So very interesting times. The fundamentals of virtual reality that I'm talking about, those of you who are familiar with my work will probably be familiar with this, but I make the presentation that all virtual reality has the same attributes. There's some general attributes of virtual reality that are just the same for any virtual reality. Even a computer game that you play. If it's a virtual reality, then these things are always true. One of those is that the computer that computes the virtual reality cannot be located inside of the virtual reality. That would make sense. That means the elf that you play in the World of Warcraft will never be able to open up a door to a building in the World of Warcraft and find the computer that's creating his reality. See, that's very simple, right? A virtual reality cannot create itself. It has to be created elsewhere, in some other reality frame other than the one that it's creating. So one of the fundamental things about virtual reality is that the computer that computes it has to be outside of the virtual reality itself. Okay, that means that if you're in that virtual reality, like the elf is in a game virtual reality, then the computer that is computing it has to be non-physical, if the virtual reality is the one that we're calling physical. So from the elf's point of view, the computer has to be non-physical. Okay, the second attribute of virtual reality is that you need a player to play a virtual reality. Just a virtual reality by itself doesn't do anything. If you just have World of Warcraft, a virtual reality, sitting there on a computer and there are no players, well, there is no virtual reality, because the virtual reality is actually created by sending data streams to players. That's how it's created. No players, no data streams, no reality. Okay? So you need a player for virtual reality. And the player serves as the avatar, in this case the elf if you're playing World of Warcraft. The player serves as the consciousness of the avatar. So the elf isn't able to decide whether to run or whether to fight or whether to jump up and down or what. It has no choice making. It's just a virtual reality. The elf is ones and zeros on a computer hard drive someplace. It does not have decision-making capabilities. It's not conscious, but the player is. So the player is the elf's consciousness. So there's two things about virtual reality. The server that serves it, the computer, has to be non-physical, and the player has to be non-physical from the elf's viewpoint. The elf's viewpoint being that the elf's reality is physical. As it turns out, the idea of physical and non-physical is, there's really no difference there in a fundamental way. Physical is what we call a reality that we're in which we are experiencing. Non-physical is what we call realities in which we are not experiencing. You see? So the elf is experiencing in the World of Warcraft map, then that is physical to the elf. And the computer and the player are non-physical to the elf. Now, what does that mean to us? That means that if we are in a virtual reality, our bodies, this room, all of the physical universe are ones and zeros on a hard drive someplace. And that it's being computed from some non-physical source, and that our decisions are coming from a consciousness that is non-physical to us. Okay, so those both have to be non-physical, but they also both have to be within the same reality frame, because the player and the server are in constant communications. That's really what creates the virtual reality. The player says, I want my elf to run away, sends that information to the computer shows the elf running away on the screen, and computes also the consequences of running away, given what else is going on in that virtual reality. Okay. So the player and the computer have to be in the same reality. They have to be of the same stuff, if you will. Then what we have is an individuated unit of consciousness, that's us, logged on to a virtual reality playing an avatar, that's our body, and it's all being computed in the larger consciousness system, a system which composes both the individuated unit of consciousness and the server, the computer. Okay? So just looking at the fundamentals of virtual reality, we know that much about this reality, if this reality is a virtual one. And in the last decade, science is coming more and more certain that this reality is a virtual one. In the last decade, there's been hundreds of experiments done that have no explanation other than this reality is information-based, not matter-based, not space-based, but information-based. And that is logically equivalent to saying that this is a computed reality. That's what an information-based reality means. And that is logically equivalent to saying that it's a simulation. And that's what we call a virtual reality. A simulated reality is a virtual reality. So science is telling us that this idea of it being an information-based reality is the only concept that'll let them predict the results of their experiments. So that's becoming more and more a fact and less a conjecture that's out on the fringe. Okay. What they don't do, or what they haven't done, or I should even say what they don't understand, is what that means logically. That when you call this a virtual reality, that means our bodies are avatars that are computed, our whole universe is that way, our physical universe is computed, and that our consciousness is non-physical, and that the server also has to be in consciousness, because the two have to be basically in the same reality. That those two, the player and the consciousness, are both in the same reality and non-physical to us. So that's just a fact. So that's logically what our science is telling us is the way the world is. The last thing that I want to mention, just try to get everybody up to speed on the same sheet of music, is that the way this reality, of course, is created is with a data stream. This reality only exists in the minds of each of the players. The reality is created by you interpreting the data in a data stream that you get. So think of an individuated unit of consciousness not in a place, because there is no space there. Space belongs to this virtual reality. How do you create space? It's easy. You take a point, call it an origin, define 3 orthogonal unit vectors, up X, Y, and Z, if you will, up and down, left and right, in and out. And once you define that, you've defined space. That's all it takes to create space. So, one other thing that I wanted to show you is how this reality is computed. We make it with our data stream, and I've made a chart here that hopefully hopefully you can see, even in the back. I tried to make it as big as possible, because I know it's a long way back there. But the way this reality works is that at any particular time, anything that might happen has a certain probability of happening. Now, if we have facts here that show that this will happen, like facts that will show that, that I'm standing here behind a podium speaking to you, then that's a fact. And that won't just go away, because we all see that, we all get that data. It's a shared fact in this virtual reality, therefore it's permanent here, it stays here. In other words, when I say it stays here, I mean the data in your data stream that shows you what you're seeing is in everybody's data stream, and it will be in your data stream as long as you're here looking at what you're looking at. That's how things become permanent facts here. But that means this has a probability of 1 of being here, like this, okay, being in your data stream. But not everything's like that. There's a lot of things that are uncertain. And most things have probabilities other than 1 or 0. So the way it works is that of all the possible things that could happen next, all the possible things, let's say you go home and you open up the door to your refrigerator and look inside. Okay, what might you see in there? Well, if you've got a good memory, you'll have a pretty good idea, but you probably don't remember all the details. Not if it's a crowded refrigerator like mine. You remember some of it, but you won't remember all of it. So there'll be uncertainty about what's in there. You see, we don't have a lot of certainty for many things. And the way it works is that when there's uncertainty as to what you will find, and we call opening that refrigerator door making a measurement. You're making a measurement of what's inside. There's some uncertainty about what you'll find there. And let's say there's a possibility of, well, I don't know, we'll just make a number, 5 different things you might find in there, or might not. There's uncertainty. How does the system know what to put there? It could put any of those things there when you open the door. Remember, virtual reality, by putting them there means put it in your data stream so that you will interpret it as that data. So how does it know what to put in your data stream? Because there's uncertainty. Particularly if maybe you've been away on vacation and haven't looked in that refrigerator for a month. Now there's even more uncertainty than there was if you've just been, last time you looked was just an hour ago. There's not much uncertainty. But let's say you've been on vacation and you come back and you look. Now there's a lot of uncertainty. So here are at the bottom of this, you see A, B, C, D, and E. Those are 5 different possibilities. Each possibility has a certain amount of probability, and the height of the bar shows you the probability. So one of them has a probability of, the first one of 50, the second one of 20, the third one of 100, the next 10, and the next 5. Now these numbers don't really mean anything. It's relative. What makes the difference is that, you know, how much lower than 100 is 50, and how much lower than 50 is 5. It's the relative positions that make a difference. Okay, so these are the probabilities, and these are the different things that could be there. And the way the system works is that when you open that door and look inside, a random draw is taken from the probability distribution of the possibilities. Now, I know you've probably heard me say that, but unless you have this chart and thinking about it, that just kind of rolls through your mind and you're not quite sure just what that means. A random draw from the probability distribution of the possibilities. Well, what that means is here, this is 50, that's its probability, so we're going to take 50 little pieces of paper and we're going to write A on them. All 50 will have A written on them. I can put them in a box. And we take 20 pieces of paper that has B written on them, and 100 pieces of paper that has C written on them, and so on. Only 5 pieces of paper that has E written on them. We're going to put those all in a box, like a raffle. We're going to shake the box up, and then we're going to take a random draw. It means we reach into the box, and randomly we pull out 1 piece of paper. Well, you see, the one that's most likely to come out is going to be the one that has 100 pieces of paper in there, because you're more likely to get that one. If you sum all these up, the 100, the 50, the 100, the 20, the 10, and the 5, you're going to get 185. Okay? So there's 185 pieces of paper in there. So the probability of getting this 5 will be 5 divided by 185. There's 5 chances out of 185 possibilities that you're going to end up with E as a result of your measurement. Okay, that's how reality works. So that's what I mean. That's kind of a visual idea of what it means to take a random draw from a probability distribution of the possibilities. Once you understand that and virtual reality, now quantum mechanics is easy. You see, what are the possibilities of where a particle might land going through a slit? You see, you have certain possibilities given the circumstances, and one of the main circumstances is whether or not you have the which way data, which is the data that describing what slit that particle went through. And given those facts, then logic will tell you that it's going to be a random draw for the possibilities. And that's what you'll get. So all of the scientific mysteries, once you understand this and that it's a virtual reality, just kind of collapse. They become easy to describe how they work. This idea is also, or this concept of random draw from a probability distribution of the possibilities is also a way to derive chaos theory. Chaos theory is something that probably back in the 1990s became very popular, and it's a major, it's one of the major discoveries or ideas that science has come up with in the last century. And that also can be derived from just this understanding. Okay, so I'm just hitting on some basics so that we'll all kind of be on the same sheet of paper. Our bodies are avatars. Our consciousness is non-physical, which means it's not created by a brain. Okay, it's independent. The computer is also a part of consciousness. Our reality is really a data stream that we've learned how to interpret. So some very fundamental notions about reality. And I won't give a lot of background on that because everybody raised their hand and said they were kind of familiar with this. But that'll get us all up kind of at the same speed on these basic concepts. Okay. So this understanding is what defines really a big picture. This is a big picture of our reality. It defines how quantum mechanics works, and it defines on what you find in your refrigerator after you've been gone for a month. So it's not only, we don't have a different physics for things that are little, things that are fast, and things that are neither little nor fast. That would be quantum mechanics, relativity, and Newtonian mechanics. We don't have different physics for all those areas. There's just one understanding that explains all of them. It explains what's in your refrigerator, and it explains why particles end up displaying themselves as they do. Okay, now I'm going to let that go as a quick description to bring you up to speed on who we are, individuated units of consciousness. Why are we here? What are we doing here? Or what is this reality? Well, it's a virtual reality for us to experience in. Why did we need this experience? Because consciousness is an information system. Information systems evolve by creating more information, which means structure, organization. If all bits are random, there's no information. Bits that are structured then can form information. And information evolves by lowering its entropy. That is by structure and order, creating information. So we, as individual units of consciousness, are here to experience, so we get to make choices. And if those choices are on the side of lowering our entropy, we evolve. On the side of increasing our entropy, we de-evolve. So that's our point. And it turns out, and I won't go into how that works, but since you're all familiar with my work, it turns out that a consciousness is part of a social structure, and in social structures, the way we optimize entropy reduction, the way we optimize structure and organization is through caring, is through cooperation. The way we maximize high entropy is through, in the social system, is through self-centeredness, lack of trust, everybody for themselves. You end up with maximum entropy in that. If it's caring and cooperation and compassion then you end up minimizing your entropy. Okay. Nothing new so far, right? Everybody's heard all this before. This is common knowledge, I hope. Okay. So that's why we're here. We're here to lower our entropy. Another way of saying that is to become love, because the caring about other and cooperation and all that is what we call love. The opposite is what we call fear. I won't go into too much of that. Now I want to talk to you some about culture, which was the main idea, the main topic of today. And this will be different than anything you've probably heard me say before. It'll be a different subject. Culture represents group consciousness. You might call that collective consciousness. A collective consciousness is the sum of all the individual consciousness within a collective. Right? That makes sense. A collective is a group that exists because individuals identify as being members of that group. Now, you identify as being members of all sorts of groups. You identify with being human. That's a group. You probably identify with the group where you work. You know, your office, you work for Mercedes-Benz, and Mercedes-Benz has its own corporate culture. That's different than the corporate culture, you know, in some other industry. So there are national cultures, group consciousness. They could be schools. Each school will often have its own culture. Some schools you wear uniforms, some schools you can not. These cultures are different rules. Some professions, like say the police. If you're a policeman, your job puts you in a different culture. It means you see things differently, you interpret the world differently, you respond to things differently if you live in that culture. So we have lots of cultures, racial cultures. We'd even call a mob, okay, a culture. And in a mob, the people there tend to be angry. And in a mob, together, they are angrier and more violent and kind of wilder, if you will, in their energy than any one of the members of that mob would be individually. So that's the effect of culture. It pulls you in. It tends to make you act and be and see and think and create a reality that's similar to the other people in your group. That's why we have fads. That's why there'll be some new idea or new thing that just everybody has to do. You know, back in the 60s, that was hula hoops, and at least in the US, maybe here too. And then we ran through Beanie Babies and all sorts of these fads that come and go. After 6 months or a year, they kind of disappear, but while they're in full force, people are getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go stand in line at a store to make sure they get their Beanie Baby, because that's important. Rationally, not so important. Emotionally, it's a necessity, you see. That's culture. That's groupthink. That's collective consciousness. Okay. The way it works is that all individual consciousness are netted. We're all part of this larger consciousness system, and we're all netted. And if you have an intent to be a member of a particular culture, yes, I belong to, whatever it is, that you, whatever group, whether it's a mob or whether it's, say, your country, I belong to Germany. I'm a German. Well, if you identify as being a German, then you will become part of the collective consciousness called German. You will interpret the world a little differently. You will see things a little differently than, the collective consciousness that calls itself France or the United States. So you have lots of groups, and any individual may belong to dozens of these groups. Okay, Carl Jung called this collective consciousness archetypes. Carl Gustav Jung, psychologist, out-of-the-box thinker. He talked about archetypes. So there's archetypes in all these various groups. There's a human archetype, which is kind of the human collective consciousness, all the things we as humans kind of have together, kind of human groupthink, if you like. And there may be national archetypes. Okay, culture, though, is much more than just the things you do. Okay, if you work at IBM, you have to wear, a white shirt. You have to, dress in a certain way. You use certain language, don't use other language. You have attitudes toward your work that are very IBM-like. And somebody who really understands culture can look at somebody, just look the way they dress, how they speak, how they move, how shiny their shoes are, all these little details, and they'll tell you what culture you come from. They can tell you whether you work at IBM or Ford or Mercedes-Benz. They can tell, whether you're in the military or that sort of thing, the way you stand. All of these things are part of the expressions of consciousness: language, style, dress, food, dance. These are expressions of culture. Expressions can come and go. Expressions themselves are not fundamental. What gives rise to what's the source of those expressions is fundamental in culture. Culture is a way of being. It's a way of seeing the world. It primarily occurs at the being level. Right? Your culture is assumed and taken on at the being level, not at the intellectual level. If it is at the intellectual level, it's a shallow and weak connection, a weak attachment to the norms of the culture. Okay. Another aspect of culture you may not be aware of is that because consciousness leads and the body follows, one's genetic makeup, that is body-based memory and instincts, will over time be modified by one's culture. These genetic modifications are part of the evolutionary adaptation process. The stronger our group identity, the more strongly that group's culture will affect individual choices. Okay? So consciousness is more than just a collective conscious. We have collective consciousness, we have individual consciousness, but we see that culture is more than just collective consciousness. It also has a collective memory that's genetically encoded within our avatars, and it modifies the constraints and limitations that inform our choices. So the choices we make have to do with the culture we're in, and mostly that's being level, but some of it's genetic. Okay. Culture is both a source of accumulated knowledge and a source of accumulated belief. Also, it's a filter of information, attitude, and worldview. Culture can thus be both positive and negative, helpful and limiting. And you, as a member of your culture, receive it all as one whole package. You can't just slice and dice and take these parts of your culture and let go of those parts. Whether you know it or not, you are a product of your culture. Now, strong, deep cultures are a product of a strong group identification that dominates one's reality. Shallow and weak cultures produce weak attachments, a weak group identification, and can more easily be ignored or modified. So the stronger your identity with your culture, the more that culture defines you. The weaker your identity with that culture, the less it defines you, the more you can pick and choose among the parts of your culture. Okay. Okay, so the level of your attachment to a culture is determined by how strongly you identify with that group and the extent to which your culture is embedded within your genetic makeup. Cultures can be deep, but not strong, as are many old cultures that are struggling for survival, like the Maori in New Zealand, or the indigenous people in Australia, the Bushmen, or the indigenous people, and indigenous just means we're there first, the indigenous people in North and South America. Okay. They typically have deep but not strong cultures. Cultures can be shallow but not weak, as are many post-modern industrial cultures. Strong cultures have a lot of influence, demand things be the way they are, but they're very shallow. Cultures can be both deep and strong, but few of these exist anymore. Most of them disappeared about 200 to 300 years ago, since the Industrial Revolution dramatically changed cultural values worldwide. Okay, we're going to talk a little more about that. Culture defines what you might call a preset pattern within our personal consciousness. In my lexicon of acronyms, I call that a free will awareness unit. That's our little c conscious, if you will, our individual consciousness. So culture defines preset patterns within our personal consciousness. Our fears are often cultural constructs. The amount of fear that we have is often a cultural construct. Because we're social animals, our survival instincts tend to focus on fear. That's why our media only give us stories about what's going wrong. Never stories about the happy things that are going right. Because we as social animals are more interested, we're pulled in to the stories about things that might hurt us, things that we need to be wary of. We have almost 1 million years of evolution, and we've only had mass media for a blink of an eye in that long period of evolution. So our instincts, when we see something that could be threatening, we pay attention, grabs us. We're interested to find out what happened, why did it happen, and what does it have to do with us? Could that happen to me, you see? That kept us alive, 100,000 years ago, and was important. You pay attention to the stuff that could get you. So that's why we have all bad news and very little good news on the media, because that's what grabs people's attention. And the advertisers that pay for that news want to grab your attention. Okay. So that's part of our genetic makeup and part of our culture. Cultures that we live in now tend to be much more fearful today than they were 50 years ago. Much more fearful. We're afraid of all sorts of things. I can remember growing up at a time when nobody took the keys out of their car because they just would have to take them back out of their pocket, or they might lay them down and leave them someplace. They just left the keys in the car. Nobody locked their house at night. There was no point. So we don't live in that space anymore. Yeah, I can remember being young, and about 5 or 6 years old, my parents would tell me, be sure and come back by dinner time. And I was on my own. If there's those of you that are almost as old as me, you probably had those same kind of rules. Go play, come back by dinner time. Now we don't let our kids get more than 10 feet away from us. We guard them all the time because we're so fearful. We want to know where they are, what they're doing, and who they're doing it with all the time. So those are cultural differences. Okay, culture often reflects our environment. People living in small rural villages or big industrial cities will have adapted vastly differently to their environments, and they will have vastly different views of reality. So our environment is a strong driver of our culture. Culture, as I said, has both environmental and genetic components. It's driven by both of those. But note that it's culture drives genetics, not the other way around. It's not the genetics that drives culture, which is what we would be led to believe mostly. It's the other way around. Culture drives genetics. A land-based or nature-based environment typically tends to produce a deep culture that's not primarily self-focused at the individual level. It encourages bigger picture, where each human sees himself as part of a larger, natural, interconnected whole, an interconnected web of life and responsibility to others and to the whole. This generates a deep culture of intra-tribal cooperation, other-centeredness, shared responsibility, while living in harmony with the environment. Now I'm talking about the bush people, the Maori, and other such people who have land and nature-based. It used to be, if we go back far enough, that we all were land and nature-based in our cultures, but not anymore. But notice that I talked about intra-tribal is likely to be caring, cooperative, responsible. Intra means within itself, within the tribe. But the intertribal is likely to be self-centered, not so caring, and as we know, most people that grow up in these nature and land-based cultures tended to fight with each other all the time. Tribe against tribe was more typical than not. But at least they had the first step. They lived in a social unit where it was pretty much love-based, caring-based. Live in harmony with nature and harmony with each other, cooperative. So there's no illusion that deep cultures centered on the land and based in nature are populated by higher than average quality of consciousness. That's not the point, but that they are just one important step ahead of the city dwellers who don't have that cooperative, caring, interactive within the tribe. It's because our tribe has gotten so big. You see, tribes that are small can be caring and cooperative. It's one big family. Tribes, when they get really, really big, that kind of disappears. Now it's everyone for themselves. And we've seen, starting probably in the 1700s, that the Industrial Revolution has changed all of our cultures. And we've ended up in a very large culture that's often called Western culture, but it's not Western anymore. It started, that Industrial Revolution got a big push in Europe, but it spread all over the world. There's very few places in the world other than, that aren't terribly isolated geographically, that aren't part of what we call the Industrial Revolution. That's made a big difference. And when you have a culture that big, you're no longer a family or a tribe, it's everyone for themselves. That's where most of us live, the kind of culture we live in. Okay, so an industrialized big city environment, which is what we get from the Industrial Revolution, tends to produce a shallow culture that is primarily self-focused at the individual level. It encourages a little picture wherein each human sees himself as an independent agent in competition with others for scarce resources. His everyday life is disconnected from the big picture. He feels responsibility only for himself and his dependents. This environment produces a shallow culture of everyone for himself, self-centered, fear-based, arrogant individualism, taking maximum advantage of the environment and of each other for the purpose of personal gain. Okay, indigenous people, that's really refers to the original people, who for the most part have been displaced by more dominant culture, like the industrial culture. Those indigenous people tend to belong to cultures that are connected to the land and to nature. The environment that these indigenous people live in, their environment is something to which they are connected genetically. You might say they are connected to the land and to nature in their soul. It's part of their fundamental way of being and seeing the world. Okay. So it should be clear why when you drive such people off their ancestral land, it's so destructive to them. It's like amputating a part of their soul, disorienting, confusing, leaves them vulnerable, not fitting anywhere. Then, of course, the dominant culture offers them the comparative shallow individualist culture of the industrialized city as a marvelous opportunity to better themselves. This brings us to a clash of cultures. Cultures evolve just like everything else. Some go extinct, while others thrive and become dominant. As always, those who can successfully adapt will survive. Trying to maintain things as they were in the past is not a viable option, particularly not in the long term. You can do that in the short term for a while, but in the long term, it doesn't work. Change is the only certainty we have in life. Adapt or die is the ultimatum delivered by evolution. There are no exceptions. Land or nature-based cultures tend to be casualties of the Industrial Revolution. They're moving toward extinction as large, viable cultures. Hopefully they'll survive as small, more or less isolated cultures, a reminder of our roots. A living challenge to the rest of us to one day establish a human tribe based on the big picture values of caring, cooperation, and responsibility. So we're going to talk now a little more generally about culture. The spiritual core of any successful big picture culture is that culture's most significant product, as opposed to the cultural expressions such as speech and dance and clothes and those kinds of things. The spiritual core is the key thing. That's the values of the culture: the love, the caring, the cooperation, the harmony, the deep respect for all things. These are the core cultural values that need to be reimagined and re-engineered to form the foundation of the dominant culture within the dawning information age. It's an interesting story how we ended up coming on this cultural connection tour. It all started with an email that came out of the blue to Keith from a Maori chieftain in New Zealand. And he had read My Big Toe and found that it represented the beliefs, the spiritual beliefs of his people. And he wanted me to come and explain to his people that their beliefs were explainable, if you will, justifiable from the viewpoint of science. I think he had a desire to help make his deep nature and land-based culture seem more relevant, more modern, more scientific to both his own people and to the outsiders. Because relevance, new relevance, directly supports and revigorates old relevance. Okay, there are many other isms, all those kind of isms. There's those cultures, those organizations that find a connection to my big toe. I have almost always, when I give talks like this, somebody will come up and say, Tom, have you been studying Tibetan Buddhism? Because I'm a Tibetan Buddhist monk and I've been doing this for 30 years and what you're telling me is just exactly what we learn in Tibetan Buddhism. And I say, no, I've not studied it, but I'm not surprised that they're compatible. And I find that with all sorts of things, Tibetan Buddhism, Jewish Kabbalah, Christian Gnostics, the shaman and the worldviews of North American and South American indigenous people have different metaphors, but they all seem to fall under this my big toe umbrella very well. I think the connection is that each of these unique understandings can find credible scientific support within MBT, within science. So that's been a remarkable discovery from my viewpoint, that I have people who are Christian, and they will tell me things like, I always carry 2 books with me, the Bible and MBT. And that just shocked me. I expected that most of the religions, and maybe even particularly Christianity, would find MBT not to their liking, that there would be animosity or bad feelings there. But I found a lot of positive feelings and very few bad feelings. Indeed, I stood on a stage, or sat on a stage with a couple of theologians. I can find that on YouTube, something I did in Atlanta 4 or 5 years ago. And I took that opportunity to ask the theologians, and I'd just given a talk about MBT, so they know a little something about it. I asked them, I said, well, what in your viewpoint is God? What are the properties of God? What are the attributes of God? I figured theologians ought to know, right? That's their business. And they thought about it a while, compared notes a little bit, and then they listed a set of maybe 7 or 8, 10 things that they thought were the fundamental attributes of God. And this was a Unity Church, which is probably a more liberal and open-minded variant of Christianity. And so they listed these things, and every single one of them, were also attributes of the larger consciousness system. So I found that to be illuminating, that there should be such overlap. But because this was a very liberal branch in Christianity, they did not add dogma or creed or any of that stuff into their lists of attributes. They realized that went with the religion, not necessarily with the spirituality. So I found that all over. And whether it's Buddhism or Hinduism or Zen or all sorts of other things, all sorts of other books, all seem to find some justification, scientific justification for their viewpoints inside of MBT. So it tends to be kind of universal in a way, because it's a very inclusive set of ideas. So the concept of an MBT cultural connection tour was born primarily to speak to Khepa's initial objective, but to do so in a way that, one, put the world's ancient wisdom into a useful context with the modern science and technology of the coming information age, a process that will facilitate the integration of that ageless wisdom into the dominant culture of today. And secondly, to stimulate a cross-cultural understanding and dialogue about the dramatic opportunities for fundamental change, for an awakening of spirit and assimilation of big picture understanding on a massive scale. One that uses the weight and credibility of accepted hard science to facilitate a giant step towards spiritual growth or big picture awareness across a large section of humanity. And indeed, such a opportunity is facing us today. Such cross-cultural growth would represent a significant global increase in the quality of consciousness in the near future. And when I say near future, I mean decades, several decades. A new attitude among the masses toward getting serious about evolving the quality of our shared experience on this planet. I'm talking about a unique opportunity that is coming together in the near future. It's not a given, it's just an opportunity. One that must be seized when the time is ripe. To make this world a better place in which to live, in which to grow and thrive. Together, that is globally, across all cultures, we can make a big difference. Together, we can define the future and guide its arrival. Apart, we will most likely remain in the margins of our various individual cultures, waiting for change to come to us. We're actively trying to peddle our own regional or personal viewpoints to the world at large. Apart and unaware, we will find ourselves behind the power curve of useful action, unable to take full advantage of this global opportunity. And all of the above gives kind of special meaning and some urgency to this topic of consciousness and the cultural connection. We're at the beginning of a transition between ages. The culture spawned by the Industrial Revolution is giving way to a new culture that is in the initial process of being spawned by the Information Revolution. Such transitions create times of great upheaval and change, great fear and great hope. They are full of uncertainty, opportunity, and most of all, potential. In the end, they will be what we make of them, one individual choice at a time. They will unerringly and accurately represent the quality of us. If that's not a comforting thought, then now, during this transition, is the optimal time to encourage and guide that change. What we call Western culture, because it originally was a derivative of European culture, is a relative newcomer as cultures go. It coalesced in many parts of the world during the Industrial Revolution. It's based on control, power, and economic production. Its focus is on the outside world, the little picture world of fear, ego, and belief, of want, need, scarcity, and profit. However, it produced a cornucopia of useful machines and gadgets. Material progress and money mattered, while big picture characteristics like humility, unconditional love, morality, ethics, caring, compassion, and cooperation took a back seat to profits and to individual as well as collective desires for power and control. The indigenous, spiritual, or big picture understanding that had been rooted in Europe, the Americas, Australia, and New Zealand, was generally disregarded and eventually pushed into the margins of the larger society. Although the West's materialistic and militaristic intrusions into Africa, India, and Asia were less culturally intrusive in the long run, life was never quite the same anywhere after material progress and goods became more essential to one's life than understanding and being an integral part of the big picture. Now, materialism, I've used that word several times. Let me define it a little bit. Materialism is based on a thing that scientists call an operational definition. If you can measure it, it's real. If you can't, it's either not real or it's irrelevant. So only things that are measurable are real. That's fundamentally the way one defines materialism. That's really the scientific view. Okay. For something to be real, you have to be able to measure it.
There's a request that you speak a little more slowly.
Oh, okay. Otherwise, if you can't measure it, it's a all in your head illusion or belief, undefinable, undependable, subjective, not objective, that makes it opinion, not fact. Okay. Science deals just with facts. Okay, Western materialism in particular, no longer Western, as we said, is the materialism generated during the Industrial Age. The Industrial Revolution, backed by the power of its material inventions and dynamic economies, quickly spread its little picture of existence all over the world. In the last 3 centuries, materialism has greatly reduced big picture thinking, big picture knowing, and big picture living from the everyday experience of most people. Only a thin, mostly intellectual layer of belief and tradition now meets the average person's need for a deeper meaning to their existence. Thus, it came to pass that a shallowly rooted, ubiquitous modern culture of doing that is centered within the little picture of individual material wants and needs and focused on the ego's desire for control and power eventually dominated and later marginalized many ancient cultures of being that were centered in the big picture of all that is and were focused on the relationship between nature, the source, and the self. Without deep roots providing a bigger picture of reality, the energetic and often arrogant doers and makers of the Industrial Revolution vigorously breathed new life into the self-centered religion of materialism. And during the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, a newly arisen class of scientists became its high priests. Most everyone who could jumped on the industrialism bandwagon to share in its material bounty. Today, I think it's safe to say that materialism has more committed fundamentalist believers than all the world's religions put together. Materialism is dedicated to the belief that the little material picture is the only picture there is. All notions of a bigger picture, that there is more to reality than material process, are dismissed as gullibility and delusion fed by ignorance. Watch any program, any news program tonight to see where that belief has taken us. To significantly change what you're likely to see on the news, we individually and collectively must grow up. That means we must acquire a big picture understanding. Let go of fear, ego, and belief. Improve the quality of our consciousness to grow spiritually. And this growth, change, and understanding must be at the being level.
Go slower and pause between thoughts
Okay.
or sentences. The translation is, we're having difficulty keeping up.
Sorry, Boris, I will try to slow down a little bit.
Just breaks between power pass, Tom. Just a few seconds to make catch up.
Okay,
Thank you.
will do. Okay, the being level is the core of you. You may be familiar with that. The being level is a term I use in juxtaposition to the intellectual level. The intellectual level is who you think you are, who you'd like to be, who you see yourself as. The being level is who you really are. It's your core. Others might say it's from the heart as opposed to from the head. But the being level is fundamentally you, the real you, the core you. Okay. The intellectual level is what you tell yourself. It's generally dominated by your ego and by your beliefs. We think that most of our choices and most of our decisions in life are reflections of us at our core, at our deeper level. But most of us will find out if we take the time to study that the large majority of our choices are driven by our fear, by our ego, and by our beliefs. Matter of fact, I often run into particularly young men who will tell me, I don't have any beliefs, and I really don't have any fears. I can't think anything really frightens me, I don't really have any beliefs, so what am I going to do here with this? It doesn't really apply to me. And we talk about it a little bit, and I tell them that, is your life full of joy and happiness and satisfaction? Is that what defines you? And of course they say, no, my life's not like that, my life's a struggle. And I say, well, all that struggle, all the anger, all the anxiety, all the stress, all of the upset, all of the annoyance, all of that is your ego and your beliefs. And it's all generated out of your fear. And I send them away and think about that. I hear from them in an email 6 months later, and they're telling me something like, I'm overwhelmed. It's like, oh my God. Every choice I make, every choice I have ever made has been based on my fear and my ego and my beliefs. So once they've kind of dug into that, they realize that's what they are, really. That's what motivates them. That's what is behind their choices, their intents. And that's overwhelming. So it's, how do I start? And we talk then a little bit more, and 6 months later, I usually have a very positive story. Okay, I've changed a few of my fears. I've gotten rid of a few, and I feel so much better, so much lighter. My relationships are better, with my children, with my wife or husband, with my boss. Everything's working better in my life now, and I feel so much lighter and easier. It's been great. So I get that as a report, and that's just the beginning. I hear again from them again, and it's more of that. It's the same. And then it's full of thank yous, you've changed my life, sort of thing. But that's just typically what happens. Most people are right up to their eyebrows in fear. Most people make all their choices because of that fear and that ego and that belief. And most people's lives are a struggle, a constant struggle. They do not live in a life of joy and peace and happiness and satisfaction. That's not how you describe them. It's more like struggle and pain and effort and frustration is what most people's lives are about. And all of that is coming from the source of fear. So that intellectual level is what is mostly driving your decisions, right? We all live out of our heads now. We're all kind of mostly left brain dominant in this culture. We think before we act. It's that intellectual level that is really the processor that's processing that ego and that fear into choice. So the intellectual level gets a bad reputation for that, but the intellectual level also is a great director. It can lead you to the solution to that problem, just as in talking to these young men, which was all engaging them in their intellectual level. So the intellect can lead you to the solution as well, but you have to be a little wary of it, because it will be very quick to tell you things that make you feel very satisfied about the way you already are, and why your choices are good ones, and why you don't have any other choices besides those, and they're the best thing anyway. That's what your ego does. That's its job, really. To make good choices, you first have to see the possibilities and the oneness that connects us all. And then you have to live a life that expresses that bigger, more profound understanding. With this understanding, we humans need to begin building a newly invigorated cultural base at the level of human culture that reflects our connections to our oneness, that reflects the bigger picture of humanity, that reflects our common heritage and common purpose as individual units of consciousness. So perhaps now you'll see why we call this the Cultural Connection Tour. By the day's end, I will offer you a completely inclusive and open big picture view that should help all of us to manage the cultural change at the big picture human level that is about to overtake us in the near future, several decades. And to succeed, that is, to avoid diverging into parochial, self-focused chaos of competing little subcultures, we will need to be connected in a fundamental way across most of our planet's major cultures and traditions. The core purpose of my talk today is to encourage people to become more aware of this bigger picture of oneness within the context of a most singular opportunity to significantly alter the course of human evolution over the next several decades. Big change is brewing, and it is the scientists, mostly the physicists, the highest of the high priests of materialism, who strangely enough are going to be the ones stirring the pot and enabling the coming change to occur on a massive global scale. This is the change that all of us together need to manage wisely. Okay, what is this change and what is this opportunity? Well, for thousands of years, at least 3,000 years, there have been people on this planet that understand the nature of reality, that understood the bigger picture. They didn't have words like virtual reality, but they had words like this physical reality is an illusion, something that Buddha told us about 2,500 years ago. They had an understanding of why we were here, that love was the answer. These are not new concepts. These are very old and ancient concepts. But they've been, and they've been everywhere. It's not just the Buddha had this figured out, but if you look at like the Maoris, if you look at the ancient traditions, the cultures that have deep, deep roots, the deep cultures, most of them have a large part of this understanding within their culture, no matter what continent they come from, no matter what sort of land or nature they grew up in. This understanding's been around and widely spread for a long, long time. But it's been isolated. It's never gone mainstream. I call these little isolated areas of understanding bubbles of enlightenment. The little bubbles of enlightenment have bubbled up all over the place, and they continue to bubble up. They're in our current modern society as well. There's any number of books and sources of information that you can tap into that will have some of this. Very few of them have all of it, but lots of them have a piece of it, some subset of this bigger picture understanding. But they've always been in the margins of the larger culture. And there's a couple of reasons for that. They've always been local because until very recently, ideas didn't travel very far, very fast. Cultures pretty much stayed in the areas where they grew up. There wasn't a lot of cross-connection. Well, yeah, we know that's changing. It's not like that anymore. We now have the technology that all of these little bubbles of enlightenment can be connected. They're all part of the net, all part of the internet. See, it's not that we suffer from lack of numbers, that there's only so few of us that really get it, that have a bigger picture. There's millions of us that have a bigger picture. It's just we're not connected. We're all isolated in our own little set of metaphors and viewpoints. And we need to outgrow that and see the sameness between us, see the fundamental principles between us, not focus on the metaphorical differences. We don't have to argue about whether it's an illusion or whether it's a virtual reality. You see, it all means the same sort of thing. It's not fundamental. Something else, non-physical, is fundamental. Love is fundamental. Consciousness is fundamental. So we have all these bubbles of enlightenment around us that are going to, or that have the opportunity to, we don't know that they're going to yet, but have the opportunity to connect with each other. And as they do, their strength will grow because there is power in numbers. Their influence will grow. So that's one thing that's happening. As the internet shrinks us, this idea of us coming together gets more and more possible. Without that internet, without the media that we have, it's going to just stay isolated in the margins. Okay, so that's one thing that's going on. The second thing that's happening at the same time is that we are going to have a major set of paradigm shifts in the near future kicked off by science, mainly the physicists. When I first published My Big Toe in 2002, there were very, very few scientists who thought virtual reality was a sane idea. Most of them thought that it was obvious nonsense. What do you mean we live in a computed virtual reality? It doesn't make any sense. Just a decade, that's not long. You know, in the history of the development of ideas and concepts, a decade is almost no time at all. But in just a decade, virtual reality has become the big new topic in physics departments all over this planet. It's a concept that's not silly anymore. It doesn't get giggles anymore. You know, there are physicists seriously discussing virtual reality in all physics departments, everywhere. Why? Because that's what their experiments are telling them is the nature of our reality. That's why. They don't particularly like the idea. And they're not too keen to take the next step that we've talked about, that you know, consciousness is the computer, that virtual reality means that consciousness and the computer are non-physical. They don't go there with those thoughts. But they've taken the first step. They're saying, yeah, it does look like this is a virtual reality. Well, that's only going to grow. If it went from nothing to very close to mainstream in a decade, these things only accelerate. They move slowest in the beginning. And we've seen huge changes in just one decade. So we can expect that to accelerate. Okay, the reason that this is going to be a big shift is because this isn't just science. This science happens to be connected to philosophy and metaphysics and theology even, in a way that won't be lost on most people. You see, when the high priests of science, the high priests of our Western culture, decide that virtual reality is a fact, then you'll have a couple of billion people say, well, okay, then if this is a computed reality, what's computing it? Where is it computed? Who programmed it? You see, suddenly physics throws us as a people, into metaphysical, philosophical, theological space. You see, so physics is going to push us into those other spaces, because nobody will miss that point that this is a computed reality. Let's not talk about any of that other stuff. You know, people will want to talk about that other stuff. That's about who they are, why they're here, what they should be doing, how they relate. You know, all those fundamental questions of belonging and caring and purpose. All of those will be hanging in the air once it's understood that this is a virtual reality. So that'll have a huge change, not just among scientists. Mostly we have big theories like quantum mechanics and relativity, and they're really big, you know, ideas, huge changes in the way we think of things, but mostly it's just the scientists that notice. Mostly they don't really change our everyday life. Everybody else kind of keeps going on the way they've always gone on, whether or not they know anything about relativity or not. It doesn't matter that much. But this change isn't going to be that way. This change is different. This change is going to cause an uproar. There'll be lots of philosophers and theologians and metaphysics folks that will jump into this immediately when that door gets thrown open. And that door is going to be thrown open in the near future. Okay, so that's what's going to happen. That's kind of the big one. And if I had to guess it, well, how big a stir is this going to make in our culture? I think we've never seen anything like it. I think if you take from, you know, Ptolemy to Galileo to Newton to quantum mechanics, you know, to relativity, if you take all those together, all the impacts they had, you know, just basic science. I mean, science has had a big impact. I mean, that's why we have internets. That's why I can stand up here and speak and You know, it gets translated back to the booth. All of this technology we have, we sit in air-conditioned rooms, all this technology changed our lives immensely. Little things like cell phones and computers and washing machines, cars, just changed our lives dramatically. So all of that science has had a huge impact on us, our culture, the way we think, the way we are. And I would say that this new paradigm shift that we're going to have when it sinks in that this is a virtual reality will probably be an order of magnitude, 10 times bigger in its impact than all the rest of those put together. Because most of the rest of those were, well, we have a ham here who's communicating with the stars. Anyway, most of those others were real science-based, kind of deep dish science, if you like. To understand relativity, you had to have some math skills. They weren't things that were open to everybody, but to understand that virtual reality means that this body, this physical universe, is just numbers on a hard drive, that consciousness is really the superset from which we are derived. That's going to lead to all kinds of changes, all sorts of changes. It's going to kind of pull the rug out from under most of the ideas we have now that we base our reality on. It's make a huge change. And change creates turmoil. It creates sometimes violence. It creates arguments. So we live in interesting times. The way I see that it happening is at first we will have the virtual reality as a fact. And the next big understanding, paradigm shift that we'll have is that consciousness is the computer. But that's not a hard thing to figure out, just that little logic we did in the beginning, where we say, just like the World of Warcraft, if you're in a virtual reality, then consciousness has to be non-physical to that. The computer has to be non-physical to that. And the player and the computer have to communicate, so they all have to be part of the same reality. That's just simple logic. I call that's like third grade logic. You don't have to go into deep thoughts in mathematics to figure that out. That's just really easy. So once the physicists say this is a virtual reality, understanding that consciousness is the computer and that the physical body is the avatar, and that this reality is based on one that's more fundamental, that's non-physical to us, all of that then becomes just logically obvious. That won't be lost on people. The problem that we're going to have is making that transition, making the transition from this is a virtual reality, consciousness is a computer, our bodies are avatars, to that final paradigm shift, which is it's all about love. Love is the answer. And that logic comes just out of consciousness being a social system. It's an information system, and all information systems can't do anything else other than evolve or de-evolve by lowering or raising their entropy, which means by lowering or raising the amount of information they have or the amount of construction, the amount of order that they create. Entropy is a measure of order. Low entropy means lots of order. High entropy means little order. Okay, so it's not hard to see that cooperative working together, sharing, I care about you, you care about me, this sort of thing builds, grows, optimizes resources. And the other side, the fear, the no trust, everybody's out for themselves. Nobody really cares about anybody but themselves and their own families, their own people. And competition, you try to beat the other person. That fear side does not optimize resources. It squanders resources. That divides them up in ways that are terribly inequitable, creates more and more dysfunction. So it's not that hard to see that once you understand this is a virtual reality and that consciousness is an information system, which are easy things to understand, because our awareness is just information. Our senses just collect information. So consciousness as an information system is a no-brainer. That's easy. But love is the answer. Love is the point. Love is growing toward love is the mission that we all have. That won't be as obvious. That's going to be debated quite a bit. And the danger of it is that in that debate, there will be a lot of sides that will want to claim that they represent the source, and other people represent something else but not the source. So the source is consciousness. But we expect to have a lot of arguments during that transition that, you know, my God is a better programmer than your God. You know, that sort of thing. My religion or my philosophy or whatever is the way to go. And if this turns into a typical power struggle of who's in charge and who gets to claim ownership, then it's going to be a rough transition. We'll have to get through that. And that transition could move us backwards, you know, for decades or for centuries, who knows. We've done that before. Here in Europe, we had, the 100 Years' War, right? That was basically a religious war. We've fought over things like that before. And we can do it again if we're not prepared to get through this transition in a positive way. So that's really important. So science has already given us the technology we need to succeed, and that's the internet. Okay. The virtual connection we need to communicate and share, and the technology we need to eventually shrink us to the size of a small village or a large family. You see, that's a size that facilitates caring and cooperation. So the internet's not only going to pull together all these bubbles of enlightenment, hopefully for them to see the commonality in each other, the fundamental truths that lie underneath all of those bubbles. But then this internet also is going to shrink the world. It's already shrunk the world, amazingly so. It used to be that, you know, things happened to other people on the other side of this planet and we really couldn't care less because what does it have to do with us? Nothing. It was, you know, we'd hear about it maybe, you know, it was an earthquake in Chile or something, but we didn't relate to it and we didn't have any empathy or personal investment in it. It was just news. But now we get to see it. Now we can look those people in the eye that are going through that. We can imagine it happening to us. We can have empathy. We can connect. The world is shrinking. It's getting smaller and smaller. That needs to continue until it gets the size of a small village, where we do care about people, no matter where they are, because we see them, we interact with them every day, because we have the technology to do that. So hopefully, a broad understanding among the plugged-in masses that this is a virtual reality will topple the first domino of a series of major paradigm shifts. Initially, the first shift will define the bigger picture of what is. This is a virtual reality. Next, the second shift will define consciousness as the source of that big picture. All this will hopefully be quickly followed by a third major shift, the realization that love is the key, the only key that can unlock the door through which humanity needs to pass. So now, this story about culture comes full circle. Science, the beloved creator of wondrous technology, worshipped and revered by the high priests of materialism, is on the verge of substantiating and understanding the nature of consciousness, which is the fundamental source of both the material and the spiritual content, as well as the creator of the big picture. In another more poetical metaphor, we could say the very clever but myopic snake of material science has begun to swallow its tail. When it has swallowed itself completely, it will be transformed into a more complete and effective science. And so will we, the people, be transformed into a more complete and effective people. No one will be untouched by what is inevitably coming in the near future. Now, I use the word inevitably. Sounds like I'm pretty sure of myself, but the reason it's inevitable is that this is evolution. Evolution just keeps working on it, just keeps crunching until it gets to a more efficient, a more effective state. The things that are less efficient and effective eventually self-destruct, go away, get tossed out. The things that are more effective go forward. That's the nature of evolution. Look at the cells in our body. Each cell is really very close to being a bacterium. You can think of our cells as a colony of bacteria, if you will. But they started out as single-celled bacteria, just one cell. Every bacterium for itself, right? A bunch of self-centered bacterium. But they evolved to lower entropy states. Lower entropy means more order, right? Construction, working together. And they ended up as multiple-celled things. Now you had collections of these cells of bacteria that were working together as one thing. Okay? Then you had the individuation of organs, differentiation of special purpose parts. You know, you had livers and kidneys and feet and hands and teeth. You had all different kinds of things working together, each with a part of the problem. So then we have a higher level of cooperation, a higher level of structure, a lower entropy configuration of these cells. So we keep getting more and more complex, which means less and less entropy. Remember, high entropy is like all the bits are random, no cooperation. So we're moving to this lower and lower entropy state just through our biological evolution. Okay, now what's next? Okay, here we are, we have these bodies with all sorts of organs and things. We have trillions of cells all cooperating for one purpose, but each actually just doing its own thing. What's the next step? Where does our evolution take us after that? Well, we physically will continue to evolve. People have hypothesized that we'll end up with big heads because we need more brain power, and we'll end up with little weak bodies because we'll have machines that do all the work for us and we'll never exercise our muscles. But that's not the point. Where are we going next as far as the level of cooperation and organization? You see, that's what's been going on all along from the first cell up. It's cooperation and organization of cells. Where are we going on the consciousness level? Because now we humans are different than bacteria. We're thinking. We have consciousness that are making our choices for us. These choices can affect what we become. Well, the next step in that evolution is our step. It's the step of us becoming one thing, one larger thing. Not that we're all going to fuse together shoulder to shoulder like the cells did. That's not what we do. We humans don't do that sort of thing. The cells can do that sort of thing, biological cells. What we humans have to do is learn to cooperate, to care, that it's about other, not about ourself. We need to let go of the fear and the ego and the beliefs that keep causing us difficulties. That's where we're going. You see, that's the next step in consciousness evolution. We've gone up through consciousness in insects, consciousness in bumblebees, consciousness in vertebrates and monkeys and dogs and cats and horses and all the other kinds of critters there are that have consciousness. Consciousness, to be conscious, all you have to have is a non-zero decision space. You have to be able to make a free will choice. You don't have to make many choices. I'm not sure how many free will choices a bumblebee makes, but they can make some. They can decide to do this or to do that. It's all not just hardwired in their genetics. They actually have some choices to make. So, so this is where we're headed. We humans will have to come together to form one family, one tribe that cares about each other. That's the next step in consciousness evolution. Not necessarily our physical evolution, but all evolution works the same. There's some basic truths about evolution, and that is evolution is a process of entropy reduction, actually. All the forms that evolve to are forms that are more ordered, more capable of dealing with their environment. Well, our environment as consciousness is us. Consciousness is information. Okay, so that's why I say that inevitably we'll end up there. The question isn't, will we ever become a unified, one world family? Will that ever happen? Yes, that will definitely happen, because that's where evolution is taking us. That's the process. We'll get there. The big question is when. Is it going to be in your lifetime, or will it be another 5 millennia from now? Will be in year 40, 50 or something. How long will it take us? We've been evolving for close to 1 million years. Depends on where you start counting where our evolution starts from. If you start way, way back, then maybe 1 million years or so. But if you just start with us being pretty much the way we are now, it probably goes back about 800,000 years, just a little less than 1 million years. That's what we call modern humans, okay, walked around on the planet. We've been evolving for a long, long time. And we've never been able to evolve the quality of our consciousness very quickly. It's a very slow process, one person at a time. It's been a very difficult, slow process, because we've never had the tools that we have now to take a big step. We've got the tools for the first time in the history of our race. We now have the tools to take a big leap forward in the quality of our consciousness, to evolve toward this next step that's inevitable. Okay. So, again, coming back full circle, science is in the process of creating the antidote to the dystopia it helped create with its total rejection of the big picture and its total belief in the little picture of materialism. That's a good thing about science. If you give it enough time, and if the science is honest, it'll eventually turn that magnifying glass on itself and question its own motives and its own beliefs. And we're just about to that point. Unfortunately, today we observe science kicking and screaming as it is drugged to a bigger picture of reality by the force of its own experiments, by the younger people entering its gates, and hopefully by you and I and the people we talk to through the pressure of a growing, more enlightened population. We already have very large numbers. Numbers isn't the problem. A survey in the US about have or have you not ever experienced anything paranormal, in other words, experienced things related to the non-physical, to the bigger picture, turned out that about 75 to 80% of us have. And we're aware of that we have. So there's a lot of people who won't find it, such a big step to make this journey that we have to make. So what we lack is vision, connectedness, and cooperation. We've got the numbers. We don't have the vision. we don't have the connectedness, we don't have the cooperation. It's toward developing that shared vision that I'm here today talking to you. Connectedness and cooperation have to be individual choices. Real change must first take place on the individual level. It's not about changing the government and changing the money system and changing the things we don't like. It's about changing ourselves. That's what it's about. Excuse me. So it seems that the world's 3 or 4 centuries of steadily sinking deeper into a worldwide, fear-based, little picture, materialistic stupor of corporate-sponsored consumerism also is providing us with the technological advances that are absolutely necessary to bring us to a new scientific understanding of consciousness. It's this understanding that will one day, perhaps in our lifetimes, usher in a kinder, gentler, more spiritual space for us all to live in. A global space where caring, humility, empathy, cooperation, compassion, and love will become the core values of human culture, the human tribe. Without going through the Industrial Revolution, with all the exploitive dysfunction it created in the minds and hearts and souls of men and women, we could not have arrived at the Information Revolution and the potential it has to heal that dysfunction and then take us to places not yet dreamed of. With hindsight, we can see that it was logically necessary for the whole planet to persevere through a period of human self-centered fear, greed, and arrogance before we could acquire the understanding and the tools necessary to someday build a kinder, gentler, global society based on love. We are now in the middle and may soon be approaching the tipping point of that transition. It's interesting that often, both we as individuals and we as collectives, that is, as nations and cultures, must endure much pain and struggle before we are able or ready to mature to the next level of understanding. Why? Because pain for most of us is the best teacher. When things are going well, when things are all positive and rosy, we don't tend to think, what should I change? We tend to think, let it ride, just let it go. It's working really good now. Why mess with what works? But with that pain, it gets us to think, what should I change? What do we need to do differently? Often, pain is the only teacher that can punch through our fear to get our attention, to focus on the fact that something is terribly wrong with the quality of our choices. For now, though, pain and struggle is the way of life for most of us in the world. That's why we need to connect across all cultures, traditions, and belief systems. Not that we all have to sing from the same sheet of music. Not that we all need to have the same ideas, thoughts, attitudes, and understandings. That's not only unnecessary, but undesirable. We need to preserve our vast diversity to keep us strong and healthy as a species. Diversity is necessary. It gives us choice. It gives us new areas of which we can move into. It's a dynamic enabler. Diversity is important. However, we all do need to have a big enough picture to care about and have respect and empathy for each other, to cooperate with each other and find a better, more productive way to interact with each other. And until enough of us let go of sufficient fear to find a bigger picture with its all-inclusive common truths, pain, greed, and self-centeredness will rule the land, and it will rule us and all of our relationships at both the personal and collective level. Well, what a time to be alive, right? What a time to be here now. Together, and only together, can we take advantage of this singular moment in time. A time when the future is more pregnant with possibility for a giant step in the evolution of human consciousness quality than in any time in the history of man. A time when all the necessary elements for success are finally in place. The dominoes are set up and ready to fall. All we lack is the vision, the connectedness, and the will required to individually grow up enough, that is, get rid of sufficient fear and ego and beliefs, to prevent this unfolding opportunity from degenerating into high entropy, self-serving power grab. Think about it. After 1 million years of evolution, the actualization of a potential great leap forward in consciousness quality may fall to those of us living in this world over the next several decades. The big question is, what will we intend? What will we do? How will we express our intent? The only certainty is this: what we end up with is what we will deserve. Because whatever we end up with will be a reflection of us. And by us, I mean of all the choice makers, all of humanity. So, that is my main message here today in this cultural connection tour, is that we have before us an opportunity that's never existed on this planet to the human race ever before. In the next few decades, this ball is going to be knocked loose and it's going to start to roll. Where it lands and how it goes and how this story develops will be up to us humanity, those of us that are here and those of us we're going to talk to and those of us we can reach. That'll be the difference. That transition is not an easy thing to do. Expect a lot of complaining and arguing and negative stuff to come out of it. Expect for power grabs, because that's the nature of us now. But we need to know enough, be evolved enough, be aware enough to take that transition and move it into an awareness of consciousness as the computer. Yes, we live in a virtual reality. Consciousness is computer. We have a mission. We're in this virtual reality because this virtual reality is an entropy reduction trainer. Just like pilots go in flight trainers. This is an entropy reduction trainer. That's why we're here, to grow up. That's why all of us are here, to grow up, to forward the evolution of consciousness. Once people understand that as a purpose, and that the only way to achieve that purpose of growing up is to become love, is to let go of the fear and the ego. And the fact that that happens to give you the perfect life of happiness and satisfaction and relationships working much better, the fact that that's a side effect ought to be good incentive to help us. But we live in very propitious times. Most of us will live to see this ball getting started and rolling and see where it goes. So what can we do to make sure that that ball rolls in a direction that turns to profit rather than more agony? Well, the first thing that we can do is intention. If we understand this, we can use our intent to modify future probability. That's how it works. So if we have an intention of this going well and going through this transition well, that will help raise the probability of it going well, because that intention will be translated also into action. If you have that intent, then you will tend to act and be and share and do things that you can do to help spread an understanding that when we get to that question of my God's a better programmer than your God, we can kind of wave that aside and say that's not going to a profitable place. Let's think about where we all need to go together, not competing for who's in charge. And if we can get there, then this will be a quicker change. We can, in a decade, do what we haven't been able to do in almost 1 million years. If we muff it, we'll still get there. Maybe instead of a couple of decades, it'll take us the rest of the century, or maybe 2 centuries. But why not sooner rather than later, right? I mean, who wants to live in this world of greed and force and power and that sort of thing? Nobody's really happy here. Everybody's kind of miserable, struggling to get along here. You know, it's a pretty easy choice to make. So I leave you with the, you know, kind of the good news that we really have a chance to make a big change here. And the realization that if we do, it'll be because we are responsible enough to have good intents and good actions and good thoughts and share. And it's because of us, I don't mean just us in the room, but because of these bubbles of enlightenment coming together, working together, that we can make this a very terrific time to be alive.
Okay, the first part is she's saying if she's contacting a medium in any way, this medium is reaching into the memory of the deceased person. This is the first part?
Yeah. So how come that the medium is telling things who happen? That's so good. So how come the medium can tell me as a client things who happened after my father or my mother has died? How comes it's one database? You were telling in a video it's only the memory. Mm-hmm. So how come the medium can tell me things who happened when the father already died?
Okay.
Thank you.
It's more than just a memory. Okay, it's not just a memory. It's, you know, this is a digital information system, and everything that the deceased person thought, felt, experienced, said, was, everything that that person was in its completeness is still there. That's still part of the historical database. Okay, so it's not just their memory, it's everything they were. And it's in a database that is everything that did happen, plus everything that could have happened and the probability that it may have happened. So it's a probabilistic model. So when you ask, or when a medium asks a person who's deceased a question, and it has to do with maybe current events. You could have a relative that died 100 years ago, and you could ask them, well, what do you think about the election we're going to have next week? And you'll get an answer, but the answer is the probable answer that you would have gotten had you asked that person. So it's going through, they're taking that person and representing them by all of the things they did, said, thought, felt in their lifetime. So that's how you can ask and get something back that seems like it's not just their memory, it's beyond their memory. It's really them. The only thing that's missing is they're no longer engaged in free will choice making. It's a database. The entity that was that person when they were living here is, I seem to be ringing a little bit, is not engaged in that reality anymore. They've moved on. They're doing something else. They've reincarnated into another lifetime, learning new lessons, doing new things. But what they were and all the probability associated with it is still captured in the database. So yes, you can talk to your deceased Uncle Fred, and he can tell you not only that the gold, the family's gold, was buried next to the peach tree in the backyard, which nobody knew, except Uncle Fred, because he's the one that buried it. They also can give comment on, the birthday present that you're planning to give your granddaughter. Current events. They can comment on all of that. And what you get is as close to them being here as you can possibly get. There really is no difference. Don't think of it as, well, the real Uncle Fred isn't here any longer, and I'm just talking to a substitute database. That substitute database you're talking to is the real Uncle Fred in every possible way that you could think of what the real Uncle Fred was. It's everything, and even including his opinion on current events. So it's not that that's somehow a shadow of Uncle Fred or some, one or two dimensional version of him. It's the whole thing. It's everything that Uncle Fred ever was. It's just that Uncle Fred, that historical Uncle Fred, is no longer making choices with free will. That Uncle Fred that was making choices, that individuated unit of consciousness that's making the choices, that's moved on now. Still making choices in some other time and place.
You said that in this virtual reality, all consciousness come voluntarily. Nobody is forcing consciousness to come into virtual reality.
Mm-hmm.
Does that apply to all consciousness, including animals or just humans? And if does include for all consciousness, what happens with the certain animals that are like on animal farms, like chicken and caged,
Mm-hmm.
which don't have much of free will at all in a way. They are, from the moment they are born, they are treated as an object by us humans. So I'm thinking, just trying to imagine, why would consciousness wants to come into reality? What it can learn from it? Yes.
Okay. So the first part of your question is, all consciousness is treated more or less the same. So whether you're a dog or a horse or a human, you have the same sort of thing going on with you as consciousness. You interact here, and you evolve the quality of your consciousness by the quality of your choices. So that's happening with all consciousness, even if you're the bumblebee with very tiny little decision space. So that's going on at all levels, and that's the purpose for all consciousness that's here. But consciousness comes in various amounts of decision space. Some have more decision space than the other. Chickens probably don't have a real large decision space, but it's not zero. They can make choices. And it is all voluntary in that sense. Now with humans, the level of voluntary has to do with asking, are you ready for the next incarnation? And we have this sort of a situation for you, is that all right? We have those kinds of questions. So you have to say yes and yes, or you don't go there. That's not a level that you can work with a chicken. You see, the chicken doesn't magically become more conscious after it's died, after it's gone or something. So having that level of interaction with the chicken is not available, nor would it be with a bumblebee, because you don't get intellectual with chickens and bumblebees. Now at that point, it's more of a, there is a spot for a chicken, okay? Do you want to incarnate or not, kind of thing? Because trying to describe the situation and what it'll be like doesn't play in chicken talk. They don't think in those terms. They don't have that kind of language. So there's no way to really ask that question, you see. So when the critter wants to incarnate, if you will, then it just does. And it gets wherever it gets. And then it deals with that and interacts in whichever way it can. Now a chicken that was born in a crate, lives in a crate, and dies in a crate, probably doesn't know anything else other than the crate. It probably doesn't feel particularly deprived, because that is its reality. That's all it's ever known. So it probably doesn't say, oh, life is really awful, I have to live in this crate. It's always been in a crate. Its own viewpoint probably isn't one like our viewpoint, when we look at it and we say, oh, poor chicken, it probably doesn't say poor chicken. As far as it's concerned, life takes place in a crate. It's just limited in its interactions. But it still has interactions because there's another crate pushed right up against its crate. So there's still interactions that it can have. It can interact with different species as well. It's just very limited in what it can do. So it's that kind of a thing. Now, at the level of human, all choices can be individual. They can be discussed, and there's an intellectual capacity to do that in detail. With critters that have smaller decision space, they sometimes aren't as differentiated as humans. Sometimes you may have what do we call it, an individuated unit of chicken consciousness. Maybe lots of chickens might belong to that. You see, whereas our individuated unit of consciousness may have an avatar that we're logged into, that we're playing in this virtual reality. And we might even have another one. We might do two, just because we can do that. We don't want to have too many because learning in parallel isn't as efficient as learning serially, because each learning learns from the last one, you see. So to do a whole lot of things at once, that's like sending 20 kids to kindergarten, doesn't end up with, a child that has been in school for 20 years, because you're gathering all the informations at the same level. So you don't want to have like 100 incarnations, because they'll all be about the same level, learning about the same thing. By the time you're done, it was mostly a waste of resources. So we tend to do it individually, but there are some reasons why you might want to incarnate more than one. It could be that you had a terrible relationship, say with a parent, and next time you will be your own parent. So you get to see both sides at the same time. You have two incarnations. So you're the father and the child, and you get to experience both interactions from both sides in a relationship that maybe was similar to the ones you had before, with maybe even similar entities than you had before. So one individuated unit of consciousness can have more than one avatar. Well, if you're at the chicken level of awareness, one individuated unit of consciousness might have dozens. You see, could be, because now experiencing chickenness is kind of a limited set, and experiencing that 100 times over maybe is useful at that level, because you don't learn that much that you build on. So kind of taking a bigger bite, if you will, is possible too. So there's lots of possibilities about how that works out. But in general, it's not as horrible to the chickens as it is to us watching the chickens.
It's always when you look someone else suffering, it's sometimes you feel more. Once you are suffering yourself, it's not as bad as you are somebody looking from the side, I guess.
Oftentimes, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Tom, first of all, thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
I want to say that I'm at the level at the moment where I have the conflict of what I want to be and what I am. I'm having trouble to be at the being level without any blocking or acting. And I hope to get some information from you so you can make, me more free to be who I am, to see clearly what I am.
Okay. The first thing you need to do is be authentic. Okay, now that's not necessarily at the being level yet, but just be as authentic as you can, which means don't let your your head, don't let your left brain, don't let your intellect design your reality or interpret it. Just be who you are. Interact who you are. When you accomplish that, and that's not so hard to do. Most of us can do that with not too much trouble. Just be as we are. And I think you probably do that pretty well already. But you have to have the courage then to look at the results of that and assess how is that, how is that doing? So you're being authentic, you're being just who you are, you're interacting with life, and what's the result of your choices? Are you moving forward? Are you growing? Are you going places? Are you happy? Are you satisfied? Or are you confused, stuck, don't know where the next lesson is? You see? Well, if you are being yourself, then you may look at that and say, well, how do I need to change to be more like I want to be? Okay, so now you're looking at what you want to be. That's intellect. But then you'll find that the reason that you're not already that way is because of fear. It's fear that traps us. So then you find out, what is the fear? Look for the fear. Is it a fear of failure? Is it a fear of wasting time? Is it a fear you're not good enough? Is it a fear that if you try, maybe you won't succeed, so you don't try? Whatever it is, then you have to face that fear and own it. By own it, I mean, don't necessarily just accept it, oh, that's the way I am, nothing can be done. But it's, I own it, that's the way I am. And if I don't like that, or if I don't think it's getting me someplace better, then I need to change it. Then how do you need to change it? Look for your problems. So all of this is introspection, and a lot of it's taking place out of your intellect. But your intellect needs to be your sense of direction is going to come from your intellect. So you have that, and at the same time, you should, if you meditate, in a meditation state, or if you don't meditate, just in a state of being with yourself, being quiet with yourself, ask the question, how do I need to change? Where is it that I need to go? And what are the steps to get there? Then open yourself for the answer. You will find that those answers will come, because that's a sincere, it's a sincere query as to how you can develop yourself. You'll get answers back. They won't necessarily be in words. You won't necessarily hear the answer, but things will begin to happen. Things will happen around you that will show you where that path is. Then you reach out tentatively and you try that. See how that feels. Feels good? Try it a little more. Feels scary? It's probably because of your fear. You see. So they just work with it. It's an experimental kind of thing. There's no answer like say, oh, what you need to do is this, this, and this. Nobody can tell you that. It has to come from the inside. If somebody tries to tell you that, I would be very skeptical of it, because it's not going to be what you need to do. It's what they think you need to do, and that's not going to be very helpful. It has to come from you. Often our failure to make choices and to make decisions is a fear of failure. It's a fear of stretching out and doing things that maybe you might fail at. So the solution to that is just don't do them. It kind of traps you into inaction because you're afraid of the result of the action, where it might take you. Because where we all are is where it's comfortable. It's where we've been. There's safety and comfort in continuing the way we are. But when you come to a point like you do, that you really think you ought to move out of where you are into some place more productive, then make up your best shot at that and do it, and then see what happens. If it works well, do more of it. If it doesn't work well, think of something else. So it's got to be like an experimental thing to do. If you wait for the answer, well, I'm not going to make a move till I know for sure it's right, you'll never go anywhere, because you won't get that answer. Have the courage to just go do what you think might be right and see how that fits. So you know for sure that if you don't change, everything will remain the same. And if that's not a good answer, then figure out what a good change would be. Try it on, see how it fits. Don't worry about failure. Don't worry about it not working. Don't worry about looking silly or anything else. Don't worry about what it does to your, to your friends and to your social connections and all the rest of it. Just do it. And then evaluate it 6 months later. See how it feels. So you use your intuition to see how it feels, and use your intellect to help you pick a direction. And don't fear new stuff. Don't fear stretching out and getting something different or being something different. Deal with it when you get there.
So thank you, Tom. I mean, I've been following your work for the last few years. I met you 2 years ago, and it's been massive in my growth and in my personal development. So really happy to be here. I have a question about the paradigm shift. You said that the stronger a culture is, the more it affects the individual choices. So in the paradigm shift, most people will say, oh, my God is a better programmer than yours. And that means that basically they are reinforcing their dogmas and their beliefs into religion rather than switching to spirituality and to open-minded skepticism that you foster in your talks. So I wonder, how can we try to influence this paradigm shift in a way that allows people from different cultures and different traditions to, instead of reinforcing their own dogmas and taking ownership of the virtual reality model, unhooking them from that, but letting them still be identified with what it gives them a meaning of life at the moment.
Okay. Don't have any expectation of unhooking anybody from anything. That's not ours to do, and it's not something that you can do. When you communicate with someone, that someone no doubt will have fear, ego, and beliefs. Some mixture of all three of those things. So how do you communicate? How do you help somebody if they don't want to be helped? How do you help somebody find an answer when they believe they already have the answer? All you can do is help them change themselves. If you go up to them and say, you're wrong and I'm right, or I've got a better way that's better than your way, and look, here's why my way is better, all you'll do is make them get defensive and retreat further into their belief. So challenging is not a way that's going to help. It's probably going to hurt more than it helps. Just explaining your own viewpoint probably isn't going to help either, unless that person is open to growing and changing, which most people who are trapped in beliefs are not. What you can do is grow yourself up so that you are a good example. You can befriend people like that rather than shun them because they're all wound up in their own dogma. And as a friend of theirs, or as somebody that they think well of, they will listen more to your opinions. As an outsider who doesn't really like them and think that they're foolish for what they believe, they're not going to listen to anything you have to say. So if you really want to communicate with somebody, first you have to go where they are, not try to bring them where you are, which is what we mainly do when we communicate to somebody. We have something we want to tell them, we want to give them information that brings them to where we are, our understanding. That generally doesn't work, particularly if it's ego and belief that you're up against. If it's just plain knowledge, that'll work. But ego and belief is not rational. Fear is not rational. And you cannot solve an irrational problem, with a rational answer. You can't use rationality to solve something that's basically irrational, and ego and fear and belief are all fundamentally irrational. So first go where they are. That means you have to understand them, their worldview. You have to be able to see the reality through their eyes, and then give them a kind of an invitation to step just a little bit past that. Not too far, just a little bit past that and work with that. See if you can't get them to agree that maybe that dogma doesn't have to be applied so harshly or so universally. So just a little step. And if you get that, then let that set for a while, and then maybe take another little step. What you're doing is encouraging them to see a bigger picture, but letting them see that picture or not, according to their own way. That's the only choice you have. We can't change anybody. We can only make it easier for other people to change themselves. And that's true whether it's somebody who's wrapped up in dogma or whether that's your spouse or your children. It's the same thing. You can't change them. You can only give them an environment in which they can change themselves, and that environment is a safe environment, an environment where they don't feel challenged, an environment where they feel safe to stretch out and be a little different.
That makes absolute sense when you talk about individuals, interactions with other individuals. But I'm talking about, like, my question probably is more about the broad range of human interactions as cultures clashes together and they coalesce to enforce the dogmas, rather than me going to my parents and saying, hey, your beliefs are outdated now, is more about how we can avoid a mass clash of civilization again.
Okay.
But if there is a kind of a guideline or some probability that it would work better in a way rather than another in a broad sense.
Now, the answer to that question is what do we do in the cultural groups and big groups like that? Well, the first observation is all interaction is personal interaction. Okay? All interaction is with individuals. But if you want to look at it in the culture and group way, then the only thing you can do is not make it worse. That's the main thing you can do, is not make it worse. Okay, if you're dealing with that. And by making it worse, that means fighting with it, challenging with it, getting in a struggle with it. My way's right, your way's wrong, that sort of thing. That will just that'll be part of the problem. So you have to interact with individuals. You can't interact with an ideology. The ideology only lives in individuals. So individual reactions is really the core, and that's how you change the ideology, is changing individuals, which we talked about earlier. So the thing is, don't make it worse. Don't be part of the problem. Challenging it is not a good thing to do unless you are with individuals who welcome that challenge. Then that's fine. But to challenge individuals who don't want to be challenged, that's not productive. So there's not much we can do with that. We can just hope that eventually individuals out of that group will start to dissipate and find other groups that are more profitable for them. But it'll take a long time. And we don't have to have everybody on the same sheet of music, kind of understanding the big picture. All we need is enough to help the transition turn that corner. 20% may be enough. 30% may be enough. It doesn't have to be unanimous. We just have to know what it is we think and not spend that transition time sitting on the sidelines waiting to see what happens.
Thank you.
Is it on? So we are individuated units of consciousness, and our sense perceptions are basically a data stream that we receive from the computer. And my question is then, what about thoughts? Where do thoughts originate from? And what is their nature?
Okay, thoughts are central, are a central part of your consciousness. Your thinking is in consciousness. All your choice making is in consciousness. Your analysis, your judgment, it's all in consciousness. The avatar itself doesn't do any of that. It's ones and zeros. The avatar's brain is a virtual brain, just like the avatar is a virtual avatar. And the avatar and its brain only set the constraints on what the consciousness can do. See, For example, if the avatar gets a disease that damages its brain, now the consciousness will be limited to dealing with an avatar that, say, slurs its speech and can't remember anything. So it's not that the consciousness has a problem functioning, it's that now he's logged on to an avatar that has new limitations. So what is a thought? A thought is that intent to communicate. Consciousness is a communication system. That's what it does. So it's just a kind of a core attribute, if you will, of consciousness, that it is conscious. It's aware of things, and it can communicate its awareness with its intent. So we'd say the very first virtual reality that was ever created was language. A rule set. Language is a rule set. Once you have a rule set, you've defined a virtual reality. Now things work according to the rules. Meaning is associated with the rules. So conscious or thought is just, I don't know what to say other than when it's just a fundamental attribute of consciousness. So when we start with the assumption that consciousness exists, that comes in with thought exists, time exists, and free will exists. Because all of those things are a requirement for consciousness to exist.
The reason I ask is because when I meditate, I realize that thoughts arise within my awareness quite spontaneously.
They do.
So I started wondering, do they come from outside of me? Is it sort of like a data stream that I receive?
That's your consciousness. That is your consciousness not being very disciplined. You have thoughts, and most of us are thinking about dozens of things more or less all the time. And our consciousness reaches out and does that. You know, okay, where am I going tonight after this is over? And, you know, how am I going to get there? And who's going to be there? And what am I going to do the next day? And how will that work? What about my job? You know, I've got these things, my reports are due. How am I going to get those done? We've got all these things going on in our head. And what we do is instead of just focusing on one, and when done with that, going on to the next, we're here. We're just all over the place with these thoughts in our head all the time. Just little snippets come in, maybe only for seconds. Then they disappear, something else comes in, and we're constantly jumping from thought to thought to thought. That is just a consciousness that has no discipline. That's a consciousness that is scattered. That's what we mean when we say you have to learn to focus your intent and have a clear intent. The focus and the clarity means you get rid of all that consciousness flying around in lots of directions, one after the other, and focus it all on one single intent, very clearly defined. That's what we do meditation for. Meditation is a tool that lets us discipline that unruly mind, that unruly consciousness that is constantly grabbing at things that cross its attention. I have an intention now about, you know, my job. I have an intention now about what I'm going to eat tonight. I have attention now whether I'm going to go to this movie or that movie. And all these things that are in my mind just are there. We need to let that go and just focus on what we want to focus. Suddenly our mind becomes clearer, sharper, and instead of living in the future, what am I going to eat for dinner tomorrow? Am I going to go to that movie? And instead of living in the past, oh, I wish I hadn't have done that, or so-and-so, they sure did mess that up on the past. We just live in the present. Because when we're focused and clear, we don't have all that going on. We're just experiencing now and interacting with now in the best way we can. So meditation is a tool to help you get there. Most of us, when we begin meditation, we can keep thoughts, just these random thoughts from occurring for maybe 10, 20 seconds. 10 or 20 seconds, pop, in comes a thought. You push that out and 5 seconds later another one comes in, and that's just typically the way people work. But eventually, after you are better at meditating, you can sit in that quiet space of no thought for as long as you want to. And that's kind of the goal of meditation. Otherwise, you can't focus your mind, and you don't have a clear intent. Your intent's constantly jumping around. So we're going to talk tomorrow about how we use our intent to modify future probability. And your ability to do that is dependent on having a clear, focused intent that emanates from your being level, not from your intellect. Those are all things that you learn through meditation.
Great, thank you.
All right, Tom, before we move on to the next question, just to let you know, Tom, we have 5 people lined up. You can see there for the questions. I ask that no one else stands up, because after the last gentleman in that line, that's when we'll take a break, and then we'll go back to the questions after the break. So it wouldn't be fair for people to line up now to a break. So we'll take the 5, and then we'll take a break after the 5th question, Tom, okay?
Hi. I've got a physics question related to relativity. I'm not an expert in the field, but the way I understand it is that if, for example, someone moves at half the speed of light, the clock will tick more slowly for that person. And so I was wondering if we all share the same virtual reality, which doesn't really exist, but I thought to understand that at least we are all in the same virtual reality somehow by the same rhythm or by the same basic clock. So I was wondering if we are, and most of us move at the same speed relative to the speed of light here, but hypothetically it should be possible that someone is on a very different clock, so how that's possible in the same shared virtual reality.
Okay, a couple of questions there kind of glommed up together. Special relativity that talks about time dilation, and there's length contraction. The closer you get to the speed of light, the shorter you are in the dimension of the velocity. Also, your mass increases. The closer you get to the speed of light, the more and more the mass increases. So you have a decreasing length, an increasing mass, and a slower time. So eventually you reach the speed of light, and you have no dimension, infinite mass, which is a little problematical, isn't it? No mass, and time stands still. Okay, but Einstein said that no material thing can go the speed of light. It'll never reach there. It can approach it, but it can never actually get there. So that's a singular point where we have infinities and zeros and things that don't really make sense. So we define that as impossible. So things can only approach it. Now the reason that that works that way in this reality, that we live in a space-time, which means that time is entangled with space and space with time, and it's relative to the observer. All that comes out of special relativity with a little bit of algebra applied to just one fact, and that is that the speed of light is invariant. That means the speed of light always stays the same, no matter how fast the source might be moving, the source of that light. If you just take that idea and do a little algebra, you can come up with all the special relativity. It's not even a hard algebra. It's not even a difficult math problem. It can be done easily on one page with freshman algebra. So it's just the logical consequence of C being a constant. That's why we have all those strange things happening in this reality. Now, it doesn't bother us as people and as avatars being here, because none of us ever go so fast as to make a difference. The amounts of time difference that we have between us is probably in the 15th decimal place or something, so it's unnoticeable. It's in the noise of even our ability to measure it most of the time, because our speeds are so slow. So it doesn't really affect our perception in any real way. That's how we can all live here. Of course, there's the twin paradox, a famous paradox where you have two twins, and one of them gets in a spaceship and flies, 90% the speed of light for what in their perception is, say, a month or two, and then they fly back. When they get out of their spaceship, they are significantly younger than their identical twin, because they aged more slowly, because time went by more slowly because of their speed. And we've tested that theory, not with twins, but with radioactive sources, the kind of sources that make your electronic watch work. crystals that oscillate at very high speed. We've put two crystals that have exactly the same frequency, and we take, and keeping time, counting ticks, and we send one out on a satellite and spin it around the Earth, which is not anything close to the speed of light, but it's still a lot faster than the one staying home. And we bring it back, and sure enough, the one that's been traveling at high speeds comes back, and it's younger. It hasn't ticked off as much time. It's had fewer ticks than the one that stayed home. So the twin paradox is a real thing. But unless you're counting ticks down in the microsecond, or unless you are, and traveling at very high speeds, it's not something that you will ever notice. So it doesn't really create any kind of difficulty amongst conscious entities here. So it's kind of irrelevant in that sense, in an experiential sense. The reason that the speed of light is constant is that every virtual reality has a maximum speed that's constant. No matter what velocity the source is going, there is some maximum speed. Every virtual reality has has digital space. Space comes in chunks. Time comes in chunks. As the simulation goes on, you can only move one chunk of space for one chunk of time. So there's a delta t and a delta x. That's the way simulations work. If you have a simulation, you have an outer loop that's a time loop. So you calculate the state of everything now, then you increase delta t, the time, 1 delta t, you recalculate the state of everything. Increase time, 1 more delta t, calculate the state of everything. So every time you do that, say things in motion, this delta t it's here, next delta t it's here, next delta t it's here, that sort of thing. So that produces motion. But because they're delta t's, they're discrete units, okay? Because of that, there is this delta x, 1 pixel, if you will, of distance, divided by delta t, 1 pixel of time, and that then is the fastest that you can move. You're moving 1 pixel of distance for every pixel of time. You can't get through a reality any faster than that. The only way to go faster than that would be to move 2 pixels of distance for 1 pixel of time. Now you don't have continuous motion through space. Now you're jumping through space. And that makes not a very good reality system for things to grow up in. Otherwise things would just be popping in and out of existence, and there would be no button down rule set that would keep things consistent. Therefore feedback and causality would be very strange, and our system doesn't do that. So a virtual reality will always have this 1 pixel to distance, its resolution in distance, divided by 1 pixel of time, which is its resolution in time, and that will define the upper speed limit for that reality. The reality in World of Warcraft or The Sims has an upper limit based on its resolution. So all virtual realities are that way. So now you take that fact that this is a virtual reality, therefore it has an upper speed limit, and given that fact, algebra will give you special relativity. So special relativity is just a logical, it's a, what do we call it? Not a logical artifact, but it's a logical consequence of it being a virtual reality.
So I think they did this experiment where they sent atomic clocks on a plane around the
Right.
world, and then it turned out that indeed for the clock on the plane,
Right.
it was slightly slower.
Yes, yes.
So that means the virtual reality can sustain, is that the correct interpretation, different refreshment rates for different players?
No, that just says that will work. That same thing, the same time dilation and contraction and increase of mass, all of that will work in any virtual reality. It's just the nature of a virtual reality to be that way. It's not that there's different delta t's that are ticking. It's just the calculation from the rule set of what time it is here and what time it is there when two systems are traveling with velocity relative to each other. You do those calculations, you will find these changes in time. It's just that. It's not that there's different clocks. It's just the nature of a virtual reality to have a maximum speed limit, and any maximum speed limit will produce these relativistic, it's called special relativity, those relativistic effects. It's not a change in the basic delta t. It's because that delta t is fixed and the delta x is fixed, which gives you a constant c in our case, speed of light. That's why you have those effects. So it's just the nature of a virtual reality to be that way. There's not multiple time clocks at all. That's not what's going on. It's not when you travel fast you get a different clock. It's just that your perception of reality and time, it's mixed. The space coordinates are properties of time, and the time coordinates are properties of space. That's what they mean by a four-dimensional space-time. They're all mixed up, and it's a matter of your perception of it. And when the one twin goes off and comes back, or one clock goes, around in an airplane, our perception of time is that one of them's younger than the other.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Tom. Hello. Yeah, I'm Alexander, and if you allow me, I have two questions.
Okay.
My first question is, so this morning you introduced that we are at a time where awareness is shifting quite rapidly, and you kind of said that, well, I don't know if I heard it right, but we have to be kind of proactive.
My friend, could you just make sure you talk into the microphone, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, that's perfect, thank you.
We have to be proactive to kind of push this this momentum in a positive way. And now my question is, what's the point of accelerating this momentum if, in terms of learning, every person has a point that is relevant to their learning, and probably you need a multitude of different kind of realities, let's say, to have to represent all the relevant position for an individual consciousness. So in that sense, if you accelerate the global awareness, it's good. I mean, everything gets faster, but what if it goes very slow and you pull back and you come at a later stage where this awareness has already been accelerated? Wouldn't you get maybe the same kind of learning than if you are, it's difficult to explain. So basically, let's say we're individual consciousness that have many lives, right? If there is a situation that is not relevant to my evolution, let's say, I can wait and maybe come back later, right? Maybe this is a bit individualistic because you're not contributing to the, I mean, at a certain point to the total evolution of humanity in this at a given point. But in terms of your own learning, you might get the same than if you wait, than if you are actually, you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
Sorry guys, it was...
Yeah. Okay, of course, all choice is individual choice. And when we make a choice, we actually change the future. What we do now, because we do it now, will modify the probabilities of what we do next. So I could, do this now, but if I do this now, I'll have different choices than if I do that. All of our decisions take us on a different path. Now, some of those things are kind of irrelevant. Whether I scratch my head with this hand or scratch my head with this hand, that's not a choice that's particularly relevant. But if I decide to go on a cultural connection tour or stay home and work on my book, those are choices. And it will make a difference. Once I make that decision, then things will not be the same. I've modified future probabilities and things will be different. And it's the same with everybody. So you get to make your choices that you think are the best choices for you, and everybody else does the same, and it all just bounces around with each other, and whatever happens, that's what happens, and then we get to deal with that. And then we all make our choices, and whatever happens, happens, and we get to deal with that. So it's that sort of thing. So yes, I'm encouraging people to be proactive. I'm encouraging people to do this because this is going to happen whether we get proactive or whether I never came on this tour or not. I'm not key to when physicists will start this ball rolling, but I believe that it will be sooner rather than later. In the next decade or two, things are going to begin to happen. And my sense is that if we're aware of what's happening, when it starts to happen, we'll notice. We'll say, oh, okay, it's starting now. We can see it. And as we see it, we'll become more aware. And we will have an intent that this gets guided in a good direction. And just that is a lot. You see, otherwise, we never heard any of this. When it starts to happen, we'll go, oh, isn't that interesting? And we'll just sit there and watch it. And then it'll start to go one way or another, and we'll say, wow, that's maybe not so good. We'll be on the sidelines as spectators rather than being proactive because of our understanding. So that's the difference. And even if we don't do anything, all we do is just carry that intent of a good ending. That will help a lot. Just that in itself. Just being aware, seeing what's going, see where we need to go next. It's a lot like those Beanie Babies I was talking about. It's a groupthink. If you have, 1 million people or 2 or 3 million people all seeing the way it's going, all understanding how this is breaking and where it might lead to, and what are the downfalls and not. If you have 1 million people thinking that, another 4 or 5 or 10 million will get that. And it'll make them easier for them to see that too. That's how you influence things. So it's not so matter that everybody has to go out and, proselytize or sell these ideas or get more people to agree with them. I just want people to be aware. So as things happen, they see it, they understand it, and they start thinking and intending about where it needs to go and where it doesn't need to go, because that will change things. Mm-hmm. That will make a difference.
But do you think it's crucial to keep this kind of momentum of increase of awareness to basically attract people to this server? Or
no, in the long, excuse me, I have a hard time getting this out. In the long term, it won't matter. Evolution is very robust. We'll get there sooner or later any way that we go. So we could take 3 or 4 giant steps backward, and then a century from now start going forward again and eventually get there. So it's not that, are we going to get there and do we have to do it this way? No. It's just that most of us would prefer that we and our children and our grandchildren live in a kinder, gentler world that's supportive rather than one that is unpleasant, and greedy, and nasty, and hard to live in. So we'd like it to happen sooner, and if we're aware of it, we'll make it happen sooner just by our awareness. So I don't think it's imperative that everybody go out and join a movement. It's not like starting a movement. It's like just being aware. So we don't have to all band together and wear armbands and stand at the gates of power and put our fist in the air or something like that. That's not the point. That usually backfires and creates the opposite. We just need to be aware so we can see it. We know what's coming. We'll see it when it happens, and our awareness will help other people be aware of it as well. So that's it. So it's not that important in the big picture, but all of us live in this little picture, and we sure would like it to be a little more kind and gentle than it is right now. So by being aware, we make the most of the opportunity that's here. The opportunity will stay there. It'll just be different. You see, if we get into a my God's a better programmer than your God kind of a fight for dominance and power in the world, that will just mean that it'll take a lot longer. And it will create a lot of misery and a lot of violence and a lot of nastiness. And it'd be nice if we could skip all that and go straight to the answer. So no, it's not critical in the long view, but it's critical in the short view that we become aware. Not as a movement, but just as individuals.
Okay, and very quickly, I think, is it possible to be a hacker in this virtual reality?
Yes.
as an individual and
Yeah.
maybe collectively.
Right, right. I use that term sometimes, and it's just a metaphor for can you kind of break the rule set? Can you do things that are not supported by the rule set? And yes, you can. And in a way, using your intent to modify future probability is hacking the system. You are modifying future probability. You're creating something different than would have happened if you hadn't done that. And you're not lifting a finger. All you're doing is using intent. So that by itself could come under the metaphor of hacking the system. Yes, and you can do things that that are the nature of consciousness. Telepathic communications, talking to the deceased, seeing bigger pictures, looking at the probable future, looking at the past, both probable and actualized and unactualized, and learning lessons there. You can do all of that, and you might say all of it is hacking the system. So being aware of the nature of consciousness lets you do things, gives you a bigger decision space and more choices, and a bigger world to roam in than if you don't. So I think they all fall under hacking the system. Yes, there's ways to get around within the system other than body-to-body interactions here, which is the main way that we get around in the system.
Thank you.
When I was younger, I used to practice lucid dreaming, and it was interesting, but when I stopped, the dreams once again became mundane, boring, repetitive, pretty much recycling of the previous day's stuff. I think it's a waste of quality time, and I don't like myself being on autopilot there. I wonder, is it possible to become so mindful and self-aware to always be aware in a dream that is a dream, to always be lucid?
Yeah, is that possible? Sure, that's possible. You can, we're just talking about possibilities. You can get to the point where your lucidity never gets interrupted. In other words, lucid dreams, generally you fall asleep then wake up. So you lose consciousness for a while, then you wake up being aware that you're dreaming. That's a lucid dream. But you can get to the point where you don't have to lose consciousness first. You can have dreams, if you will, without, it's hard to explain, but without really being asleep, but without really being awake either. You can live in a kind of a twilight zone, if you will, that's neither awake nor asleep, but you're still aware. And you're still making choices, you're still interacting, you're still functioning with your intent throughout the whole thing. And when you get up in the morning, you'll still be rested. You won't have lost sleep. So yes, it's just talking what's possible, now what's likely, and the experience of most people, that doesn't happen. But that's possible. So yes, you can be lucid all the time, really all the time.
Even in the deep sleep? Even in the deep sleep?
Even in the deep sleep, you can be lucid. Now, I don't know, I've never had wires put on me to tell me when I was in delta and theta and so on, but I suspect that even in the deep sleep, you can be lucid. But it takes a while before you do that. Most times, for most people, it doesn't work that way. They are one or the other, and lucid dreams only come when they work on it. But you can work on it. You can set the intent. It's one of the main things you can do to work on it. Next time I dream, I'll be awake. And one of the things you can do to make your normal dreams more productive is set an intent that you use your dreams for learning, for choice making, that you be given choices that challenge you in your dreams. And if you have that intent, just like having the intent to be lucid, your dreams will go that way. They will follow your intent. So if you'd like them to be more profitable, instead of just regurgitating the last day's stuff, you can do that. One of the ways that will help you is to start a dream log where you kind of write down what your dreams are. All that does is just a trick to get you to focus more on your dreams, which means your intent is focused more on your dreams. But the log is a tool for helping you focus.
Okay, thank you. Is it too greedy of me to ask another brief one question because it's really bugging me?
Yeah, brief question. Go right
So,
ahead. We don't want you to be bugged.
In a way, you could say that life is all about making choices. Every moment is a potential decision. And whether it is a trivial decision like buying food or clothes or a big life decision, the way I see it, there are three things to consider. Intellectual decision, it makes sense. Intuition, somehow it is exciting, or just a habit because past and it's a comfortable. And I struggle at times when to go with whether one, when to pick intellectual or
Yeah, we make choices for all those reasons. Out of habit, because we've done the analysis and done the research, and just because we feel like it. You know, there's lots of reasons that we make the choices we make. We will grow up more quickly and develop our consciousness and more quickly if we are aware of what we're doing. Going through life like a zombie, where you're just on automatic pilot all the time. You know, you get up, you get dressed, you do this, you do that, you get into work, you do what you do at work, you come home. You know, and if you get into these kinds of ruts where you're not really aware, you're like a zombie just, you know, walking on a treadmill through life. You're not going to learn much that way. You need to be present here now, realize what your choices are, realize that, well, it'd be my habit to do this, but is there something better I could do that would be more effective for my growth? Well, maybe so. Then do that. See, so once you take charge, you've got free will. You can do with it what you want. Your free will can just go like a zombie out of habit through your whole life. And that's your free will choice. That's your choice. But you can do better. You can make your time more worthwhile if you actually think about what you're doing. And eventually the thinking leaves the, well, it's a hard way to phrase it. The thinking actually leaves the ego and fear realm, and the thinking becomes a part of your being level. You can have an intellect at the being level. The intellect and the being level aren't incompatible with each other. It's just most of us, most of the time, have an intellect that's in the service of fear. That's typically what we do with our intellect. So when I talk about the intellect, I'm talking about kind of the average intellect that most everybody has, and that intellect gets a bad rap. You know, it's always in the way. That's where the zombie lives, you know, in that part of you. But once you get rid of that fear, you still have an intellect, and that you still think, and you still analyze, you still judge, you do all those things, but you do it at the being level, not attached to fear. So that's really where we'd like to go, and there you're aware of all of you. When you have your intellect at the being level, there is no part of you that is subconscious. You're conscious of everything. Subconscious is a problem. Subconscious is what people have who can't deal with everything. So some of it they stuff under the rug.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom. I have a question concerning, you were writing that emotions serve as a means to, or as a regulative system for us to help us evolve.
Mm-hmm.
And is it, for me, emotions are very unstable, or they're changing concerning how you think or your perspective.
Mm-hmm.
They can change very quickly, or sometimes they can be very deceiving if you're in a very desperate state of having the need to put someone else down or to prove them wrong and get some satisfaction out of it. Or if you're doing something good for someone but only to serve your ego, to feel needed, for example, is it a regulative system concerning your evolving towards being love, or is it more to enrich your experience? Or
your feelings are an expression, okay, of your being, they're an expression of your consciousness. The neat thing about feelings is they come right out of your being level. Mm-hmm. Nobody uses their intellect to decide on what feeling to have. Feelings don't come out of that head space. They come right out of your being level space. So if your feelings tend to be negative or self-serving or self-centered, that sort of thing, if that's the way your feelings tend to be, that's the way you are. If your feelings tend to be full of joy and happiness and whatever, that's the way you are. Most of us are some of both of those things. We have both. But the feelings are the best way to find out, how am I doing? So if you wonder, well, I wonder how grown up I am. How am I doing? Look at your feelings, because that comes right out of the core of you. And if your feelings are mostly full of joy and happiness and peace and satisfaction, and that's the way you just feel about your life and in the world, then you're doing really well.
They're like a mirror to ourselves.
They're like a mirror to you at the being level. Another mirror of you at the being level are your dreams. When you're in a dream, you don't think, oh, now I'm going to do this. Stuff just happens and you just react to it. It's all out of the being level. Dreams aren't run out of the intellect. If they're run out of the intellect, they're called lucid dreams. But normal dreaming is out of your being level. So if in your dreams you make really poor decisions, you wake up in the morning and go, oh, I can't believe I did that, sort of thing. That's what you are. That's who you are. Yes, indeed, you would do that because you did it in a dream, and that's at your being level. Learn from it. That is you, and the same with your feelings. If you've got these feelings about, oh, I'm gonna act nice because people will see me acting nice, and then that'll give me some points. Well, all you're doing then is manipulating. If you find that as your motivation, if that's your intent, then there's no learning value, there's no growing value in acting nice. It's more civilizing. People like being around you more if you act nice, but you're not going to grow up if you're acting. The key is being nice. You have to be different. But our feelings are the best gauge of how we're doing. If we have feelings of anger, being upset, being not appreciated and all those things, we need work. That's negative stuff, and that's because of fear, ego, and belief. So then you can find those fears and try to get rid of them.
But you have to be honest to yourself too.
You have to be honest with yourself, exactly. But most of us know when we're upset. Most of us are aware when we're angry. And all you have to do is say, oh, I feel really angry about that. That really annoys me. And realize that that anger and that annoyance is your fear and your ego talking. And that points the finger at something you need to work on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Tom. I have two questions which are connected. And the first question being, is our potential to growth on this planet limited artificially by the higher consciousness system? Because you once said this is like kindergarten for evolution of consciousnesses. And you also said that we have come a long way in our evolution since, for example, the Dark Ages until today. Our consciousness has grown significantly. And now, what happens with that? I mean, does the higher consciousness system say like, oh, people are not suffering enough anymore? Do I have to bring something in like, for example, there were the Roman Empire, now let's bring in the Dark Ages because it's becoming so cozy?
Okay, let me just answer sort of one question at a time, otherwise
yes,
I may forget. If you give them a whole long series of them, I may forget the last ones. No, we do what we do with our free will, and then we live with the result. That's our reward and our punishment, that we have to live with the result of what it is we do. So the system doesn't come in. This is not, the larger conscious system isn't playing with his pet people. He's not moving pieces around the board. Oh, look, everything's been so peaceful. I think we ought to have a massive earthquake that kills half the population, and that'll give them a little, struggle and a little test of the metal that they've got there. It doesn't work that way. Stuff happens just the way it is on that chart. Things are probable, and it's a random draw from the possibilities as to what happens next and to what takes place. Also, we interact with each other, we do what we do. So if we interact with each other, and because of our quality of our consciousness or lack thereof, we end up with the Roman Empire. That's us. We get to live with it, we benefit from it. We get new technology maybe. We may get order. We may get some benefits, but we also may get some rough treatment too. It's just, we create it. We get to live with it. So it's not that the system will meddle with it. And the system's not going to put constraints on us. The system isn't going to say, well, that's enough growth for now, you know, let's see what we can do to stop that. It's going to let everybody grow up just as much as they can possibly grow up. But it's not just individuals. We collectively have to grow up as a species. That's part of it. It's not just about individuals. It's about individuals taking the next step toward cooperation and caring and compassion and that sort of thing. So that's where we go next. System is not a constraint. The system won't boost us up or hold us back. We have to get there on our own, because otherwise there'd be no lesson in it. It's only through your own choices that you learn anything. If some outside force changes things, there's no learning in that. That kind of just gets in the way.
And what would be the next level? For example, what do you learn in first grade?
Well, I think you just learn to do better. All the things you did in first grade, you learn to do them better in the second grade. Basically what we're doing here is getting rid of fear. And we have lots and lots of fear. Most of it we don't even know we have. It's outside of our intellectual level. But we have it just the same. And that's our job. You can say, okay, that's your goal, class. You're all in kindergarten and you try to get rid of your fear. But when you are successful somewhat and you evolve your consciousness and now you're in first grade, you still have to get rid of your fear. You got rid of some, you got to get rid of more. And as you get rid of that fear, your evolution, or your grade, if you like, your evolution of your consciousness keeps growing. So there's nothing to hold you back. And there's no way of suddenly getting a boost. We're not going to suddenly all be wiser, more kind individuals full of love because this is now the year of the rooster or the monkey or something. We've passed this and the Aquarius is at the right place. So we're all going to get a plus up of spiritual quality. It doesn't work like that. There's no free lunch. You got to earn it. You got to outgrow it. It's got to come from the inside out. You can't make anybody grow up.
I wrote my question down. I will just read it aloud.
Okay.
Could you expand on your view on the nature of schizophrenia, if you have one? For example, a person hearing devaluating voices and suffering and not functioning in his everyday because of this. In psychiatry, this is seen as a brain disease. But do you see schizophrenia as a result of a damage or dysfunction in the physical brain, or an uncontrollable contact to the non-physical world, or both? Maybe in different persons with schizophrenia.
Yeah. The answer to that would be both. Depends on the situation. It can be a result of constraints because of brain dysfunction. Again, the avatar sets the constraints on consciousness. But it also could be that they have connections to other things in consciousness, and they're just getting information. And what happens is, when that happens to you at first, if you don't have any context to put that in, you tell people about it, they think you're crazy, they send you to a psychiatrist who diagnoses you as crazy, then they give you drugs to make you stop doing that sort of thing, but it happens anyway. So then they increase the dosage, and pretty soon you are crazy because they've driven you that way with the way they treat you. So it could be either one of those. Some cases, it's just they're misunderstood. If instead of putting them on medicine, somebody just listened, it probably would have been sufficient. Help them deal with it. What are the messages? What are the words? What are the things you're getting? What do they mean? And is there some way to make sense out of that? There's often a way to deal with these things that isn't self-destructive. Mostly it's the person's inability to deal with it themselves that ends up putting them into the mental health pattern. They just can't deal with it, and a lot of that is they don't know how to deal with it. They don't have any context for understanding it. So yeah, there's quite a bit of our mental health that doesn't have to be on drugs and doesn't have to be taken out of the society. It could work pretty normally, but the more you go down that route, the more that defines you. And eventually, even you believe you're crazy.
So how do you differentiate between these? And is it when you have the brain disease, do you think it's the right thing to give the drugs? And if you are having contact with non-physical world, you don't give drugs? So could you
I
say
think there's
something
no
more
way
about
to
it?
differentiate them easily other than having somebody who has some knowledge of the non-physical reality and some of the, could interpret what's being said and why and that sort of thing, to sit down and talk with them. I would think first, that's what you try first. Now, if that doesn't work and they can't come to any terms with it, they still can't deal with it, it's something that is out of control, a problem, then if they consent, drugs might take that away or modify it some way. But that would only be, they have to give their consent. They still have free will. So rather than very quickly coming to the conclusion that we need to override their free will, it would be a lot better if we talked with them first to see just where they're coming from, maybe why that would be. Listen to them, rather than saying, oh, they're different than us, therefore they must be crazy. If they're different than us, let's try to understand that difference and see if we can work with it. See if we can help them work with it. Give them context sometimes is all they need. I've had hundreds of people send me emails that say basically, thank you so much for letting me know I'm not crazy. Because they thought they probably were, but then once they had a context, a model in which it made sense, well, they weren't crazy anymore. And now, rather than try to hide it or deny it or get as far away from it as they could, they started embracing it and playing with it, experimenting with it. The same with Bob Monroe. He had out-of-body experiences. He thought perhaps he was going insane. He was crazy. Unfortunately, when he went to psychiatrists, they didn't pump him up on drugs. They talked with him and he seemed like a rational guy, so they said, well, it's yours to deal with. So he had a good psychiatrist that helped him out there, and then he did play with it, and then he realized it was real, and then, his whole world changed after that. So we just have to not label too quickly without first seeing if we can't fix it in some other way other than chemicals. That's not a good way to fix it if we can help it. Sometimes that's the only thing you can do, and that doesn't fix anything. All that does is alter symptoms. It alters behavior and it alters experience, but it doesn't really help the person. The reason they give that to people, it doesn't help that person, but it helps everybody else deal with that person more easily. So it's not for their benefit that we give them those drugs, it's for our benefit that we give them those drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Tom, everybody. I'm Tina. I come from Finland, where we tend to be very practical, and we always want to know what to do. And I understand that meditation is good for me, and it's on progress. Mm-hmm. But I have a question about group meditations. If we want to be proactive when the time comes, or even now, would we benefit from some kind of group meditation? And would it affect the? Wait, I have written it down. Would we get more intent, more powerful intent to modify future probability if we had a group effect?
Okay. Yes, sort of yes and no. If, let's say, you have 10 people in your group, and what you want to do is, let's say, heal somebody, and all 10 of you work on it together, then the result will be the sum of the 10. So if you're all of equal ability, then it'll be 10 times more than it was just one of you. So yes, it's additive. Intent is additive. If, on the other hand, there's 10 of you and you're all meditating on the same kind of subject, to be aware of what's going on in the world and to step in where you can to help it to be positive. If all 10 of you are doing that, and then all 10 of you do it in separate places, or all 10 of you do it together, there's no additional adding for that, other than when you do it together, you get a certain synergy, certain group mind going between you, and it makes each of you more effective in your own meditation. So in that sense, you do get a little plus up for everybody, because it's an additive thing.
Yeah, I know, if you know Joe Dispenza, he's doing this already, that via internet there is some time, date and time when he's live on internet all over the world, and that there are people who can connect with that meditation. It's a guided meditation.
Right.
So you don't see this kind of international internet connective meditation.
Yeah, that is effective. That's effective. They have a...
Because that's possible.
Yes, that's possible. That's effective, that you can add the effectiveness of lots of people. Depends on just what you're doing with your meditation. There was a thing called what was it? I don't know, the yogi effect. And there was some sort of effect where people would get hundreds of people, if not thousands of people, to meditate on a particular thing. Let's say lowering the crime rate in Washington, D.C. And they'd spend a month doing that, and then they'd look at the crime rate as a function of time and see whether it went down in that month that they were working on it. And indeed it did. Maharishi effect, I think is what it's called. And they did that then over and over with experiments, different places, different times, but with large groups of people. And in general, they were very successful in modifying big things like crime rates in major cities, because there was lots of them together working on it. So yes, if you can organize, 2 million people over the internet to all sit down and use their intent for something, that can be a very powerful thing.
And I want to add on to that. Tom doesn't like to tell personal stories too often, but I would ask him to tell a personal story of how the effects of a lot of people healing our grandson made a huge difference, and is why he's alive today.
I'm obligated, aren't I? How do I get out of this one? Yeah, I have a grandson who now is almost 5. He's 5. He was born with only 30% of the diaphragm. So there was no way to breathe. There was no diaphragm to pull the air in. It just had this little flap that didn't do anything. And he was rushed to a children's hospital that was some distance away by helicopter, because obviously if you can't breathe, that's a problem. You need to fix that sooner rather than later. And I talked to the entity, and the message I got from that entity was that they didn't really bargain for that. That really wasn't what they wanted for this lifetime, because it was just one of those random things. Of all the things that could happen, well, it was one of those ones that was probably one in 5,000 possibility that just happened to draw out at that time, and he ended up with a deformed diaphragm. So I talked with him about it, and he said, that's not really what I had in mind, because this is an ailment that has a lot of severe consequences for it. So he didn't have any investment really yet. I mean, he's only a week old or so, a couple of weeks old. He didn't have any investment here. He could just as easily pull out and go do something else that was more what he thought would be better for his growth than this. So I let that be. I didn't try to force anything on him, and he was doing worse and worse. They put him on a heart-lung machine that basically breathed for him and circulated his blood for him. And you can only be on those machines for like a month or so before you just go downhill. It's a dead end if you can't get off of it and get better. he was down to within the last day or two before they were going to pull the plug. And I had a group like this. I was out in Canada doing a talk, and we had, like we're going to do tomorrow, we had some experiential exercises. So I used him as one of my targets for healing, to diagnose and to heal. And when I did, there was so much energy that he got. So many people contacted him with the idea, with love, with caring, with healing, and caring about him. And when he got all of that his way, he changed his mind. He said, well, this is a pretty nice place. I like this. I think I will stay. And when he made that decision, he accepted all that healing. Up until that time, a lot of people were trying to heal him, but he rejected it all. So it just wasn't sticking. He really didn't want it. That changed his mind when he got a lot of it. You know, you talk about it, you know, being lots of people all at once. Changed his mind, and he started to get better very quickly. How he got off that heart-lung, because see, the heart-lung machine, you have to give them blood thinners to be on that so the blood keeps running through the hoses. Otherwise, it'll clot up in a hose and you'll die right away. So a lot of blood thinners, but you can't operate on somebody that's just been given a lot of blood thinners, because then they bleed to death before you can get the problem fixed. So they have to be off of the heart-lung machine like for a day or 2 days, survive on their own before you can do the operation that puts a piece of fabric, gets sewn in to make the rest of the diaphragm, which they can do. Gore-Tex fabric just gets sewn in where the diaphragm should be. So it's very improbable, because he didn't have that diaphragm, his internal organs all kind of floated anywhere in the body cavity that they could go. So intestines and things that were up in the chest. So lungs never developed because there was no room for them to grow. So his lungs were little stubs, you know, a couple of inches long, not very functional because all his intestines and things had been there. So anyway, with all of that, the doctors in the hospital didn't expect him to survive. His probability of survival was very, very low. But once that turned him around, for some reason, he found a way to breathe for the next 2 days off his blood thinners. And they went in for the operation, and the doctor said, no, expect him to get a lot worse right afterwards, a lot of trauma to the body. Well, they got inside of him, they pulled all these organs back and put them where they were supposed to be. They sewed in a new diaphragm, and that day he was a lot better. And the next day he got better yet, and that kept going. So in a couple of months he was out of the hospital, gone home. So now he's a real happy little 5-year-old running around, skinning up his knees and, you know, creating havoc wherever he goes, just like any 5-year-old. So that was the case where a lot of people got together and made a big difference. So yes, you can make a difference. So he told us the story. All right.
Okay, thank you. So you witnessed that there is power to many.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it just has to be organized.
Yes.
Yeah.
I find that in dealing with fear and being having courage and all that, it helps having friends, having good friendships. And even though I have some friends and I feel okay with them, and but oftentimes I experience loneliness. So how can I deal with loneliness, and what is it really?
Well, it depends on the source of that loneliness, but in general, loneliness is it's a need that you have for, you know, it's not just friendship, but your interactions kind of feed you. You get something from that friendship that feeds you, keeps you going. That is mostly related to ego. That it becomes a need. Without that input, without that reassurance, without that You know, you look at them and they're okay, and they look at you and you're okay, and you got that mutual reinforcement that, you know, we're all okay sort of thing going on. And when you don't have that, you're not quite so sure you're okay, because you're not getting the reinforcement that you are, which means there's a fear someplace that really fears that it's not okay. And with the constant reinforcement, well, that fear kind of gets down to where you don't have to deal with it. You know, just kind of stick it under the rug, because you're getting a lot of you're okay reinforcement from your friends. And then when you don't have that, that fear kind of gets back up in your face and you feel lonely. You need more of that reassurance that your friends give you. So that tends to be ego. Now, it's a normal thing for people who are on this path. As they grow up, they find out that, you know, they're not normal anymore. Normal meaning like everybody else, like their friends. So they kind of outgrow their friends, their associates, their family. As they get more and more along this path, they see bigger and bigger pictures, and their family and friends are still stuck in little pictures, still stuck in dysfunctional kind of things, and you've given up that sort of thing, and you're okay with that, but it's sad to see people that you love hurt each other, be self-destructive. It's a sad thing. And you know that you can't help them, because if you try to help them, it makes it worse. And it's a very sad thing to watch them be that way. So people will get this lonely feeling that they're all by themselves. They're kind of ostracized. They don't have anybody to talk to about, you know, the larger consciousness system or growing up or things that are important. That happens a lot. Most of that, though, is still ego, still looking for reinforcement, still looking for somebody to hold your hand and tell you that it's okay, that you're doing it right. Eventually, you can let go of that, but I don't think you ever let go of the sadness. You'll always see people that you love hurting themselves and others, and that's just sad. But you don't connect to it in a way that it makes you upset, or it's a downer, or any of those things. It just is. So you accept it for being that it's that way, that they are that way, and you realize that they are doing the best they can with what they've got. Their struggle is their struggle. They have to grow up on their own. You try to give them an environment that helps them grow up, but you just have to accept that it's life. Life is like that. People are struggling with their evolution, and you have to let them be. You have to resist the urge to fix them, you know, to help guide them to something else. You just have to let them be who they are. So in that sense, the loneliness that you first begin to feel as you become different from everybody else because you have oops, lost something. Caught somebody with a finger in the cookie jar.
Hold on.
All right. No, we don't have it anymore. It's gone. Hello, 1, 2. Testing. It just went away. All right. I'll just try to raise my voice a little bit if that helps. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. No? Oh, it's back. All right. Put that cookie back.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
That's the little boy.
Oh.
That's the grandbaby.
Oh.
Sorry, had to just do that.
Yeah. Okay, where I saw that feeling of loneliness, of being different, is real, and it does take some adjustment because you don't have people you can talk to. You don't get that reinforcement that the ideas that you're thinking about make sense, because they only make sense to you, and everybody else you know, they don't make sense to them, and you feel kind of lost and out on your own and lonely. That's just the way it is. If you grow up more and have a bigger picture than the other people that you hang out with, and then your family, and then your loved ones. So it's always good for you know, husbands and wives, say, to work on these things together. If you can get the people in your life to grow with you, That's a much better solution than they go their way, you go your way. But if they don't want to, then you can't force that. And you still need to grow up. So you learn to just let them be. And you're a little sad at the fact that, you know, they still remain dysfunctional. But you accept it and say, that's life, that's the way it is. Rather than, oh no, what am I going to do now? So that's kind of ego. So I don't know if that helps you any, but, and I don't even know if that's your problem with feeling lonely. But growing up can be a lonely thing. It's you. You know, we find that this growth thing is about us. It's not something necessarily we do together unless you're with other people that are growing up the same time you are. And if you are, then that can be a big help to each other. So did that help? Is that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So I guess it's just accepting that's a fact and that's a effect of growing up. And
yeah, exactly. It's just a fact, and you just accept it and go on.
Yes.
Not something that you pine over or need or attach to. It just is.
Okay.
And that's hard to do until you get rid of that ego. There's a little fear there that keeps that connection.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm. It helps.
Hi, my name is Jasmine, and my question is, how do you let fear go away, and especially when you don't know its origin?
Okay. Fear is a very hard thing to find. Most of us have no idea what our fears are. They're deep. They happen for whatever reason. And trying to find them intellectually is not the right way to go about it because it's too hard. Our beliefs are the same way. Most of our beliefs are so ingrained that to us, they're not beliefs at all. They're obvious truths. We don't see them as beliefs. So they're very hard to find. But ego is really easy to find. And ego is attached to, and belief are attached to fear. So we can find that ego. The way we find the ego is that we look at our feelings. If we ever have any negative feelings, which is anger, upset, stress, annoyance, you know, all those things that are negative, things we don't like, things that make us unhappy. When we feel any of those things, that thing is connected to fear. So you get angry, and the first thing we do, of course, is don't take responsibility for it. We say, so-and-so made me angry. You choose to be angry. You take responsibility for that. That's your choice. You could respond in a different way. But you don't, because in your decision space is narrow. You don't have that many choices anymore. But that's a result of your own choices. So if you have any negative thoughts, negative feelings, find the fear that creates those. Find the fear that feeds those. You're angry because of something inside of you. You're upset because somebody said something that didn't recognize you, didn't give you what you felt you deserved. They were not nice to you. Well, that has to do with fears of being inadequate, fears of people not liking you, fears of being looked over or not appreciated. And all of those fears then is what produced that anger. So that's how you find your fear. Look for the ego. Trace the ego back to what's inside yourself. Why did that make me angry? Well, that made me angry because they weren't nice to me. They said something really rude to me, made me angry. Well, why does that rudeness make you angry? Well, it's because I'm not like that. That's not true, and I don't want anybody to think it's true. Well, now you're starting to uncover a fear of what other people think. You see, a fear of other people not appreciating the wonderful person that you are. So that's how you find the fear. And then once you find the fear, you have to own it and say, that's my fear. Okay, I'm like that. I really worry. I really have a problem with what other people think of me. Well, why is that? It's because you're insecure, probably. You're not secure in who you are, therefore you're fearful that other people will see something that's negative. If you were secure, you really wouldn't care what other people thought. So now why am I insecure? You see how you kind of work it back? Well, that came from someplace, and we don't have to name where it comes from, but we do have to recognize it and say, okay, that's me, I'm insecure. And because I'm insecure, I end up getting angry sometimes. I need to fix that. Next time I get angry, instead of voicing that anger, instead of feeling that anger, I'll just let it go. I'll say, no, don't want to go there. Back off anger. Change the subject, walk out of the room, do something that stops the angry process from going on. That's all now with the intellect. You're just behaving better. But if you keep doing this with an intent to get rid of it, to not have that reaction, not have that fear reaction, eventually the fear reaction will go away. It'll follow your intent, you'll change it, and it may take you a year, maybe 100 times that you catch yourself feeling angry, but it'll get less and less and less. If you keep working on it, it'll go away, and then you'll be liberated, because now when people act like that or say those things, you're okay with it. It's not about you, it's about them. The reason they say those things isn't a reflection on you, it's a reflection of them. And now you might be thinking of, well, how can you help them be different? Maybe you could just go up and give them a hug or something, and then let them think about that for a while, you see? And that will help them change. Not that you go up and explain to them why they're wrong, but just that you're okay with it. And when you're okay with it, that really takes the wind out of the sails of somebody who's giving you a hard time. Because part of it is a game of the two people interacting with each other. That fear thing is the thing that's done with others. And if you don't get that reaction back, then it's not any fun anymore. It doesn't make sense. The other person just smiles at you and tells you to have a nice day. It just takes all that nastiness out of you, and that helps them learn and see a bigger picture. You see, you stop feeding the problem and start creating a solution. So that's how you deal with fear. It takes patience. Start with an easy fear. Start with a little fear, not the big core fear that's been upsetting you all your life, but start with an easier fear. Get rid of that. The first one is the hardest. After that, they get progressively easier and easier. Pretty soon, you kind of be tossing them off, but you'll feel so much lighter, so much better, so much more in charge, and your decision space will grow immensely. So that's how you deal with fear.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Tom. My name is Willie. I have a question about the human race. It's getting bigger and bigger since years, so it's growing and growing. And where do all the consciousness units come from? All the new people who are living on this planet, where do they come from?
Well, this is a digital information system. In a digital information system, if you need a new player, you can have lots of ways you can get one. You can find one that's a good, kind of a good fit. Let's say an average. Pick something that represents the average consciousness playing in that game. Duplicate it. That's easy, Click, right? Duplicate. Now you got two of them. It's just that simple.
Cool.
And now you got another one that's basically kind of average in all ways, and you put them in the system and let them take a seat. So you've got a virtual reality that's got now, 7.5 billion seats. And as that grows, you just add more consciousness to it. Now what happens if there's a big disaster and 3 million of them disappear? Well, now you have a lot of consciousnesses that don't have an avatar. There's lots of other virtual realities. And because it's a digital system, you could say, oh, well, just a minute, let's do go back, what do you call, undo, you know, you go back to the place where there still was a good chance that choices maybe would have been made differently. Or that you could change whether or not that big earthquake erupted. You could change that. I mean, it's a virtual earthquake in a virtual planet, right? You can change those things. And the system tends to let everything go the way it goes, but if there's a big problem for it, then it can fix that problem. It's a digital system. There's almost nothing that's impossible. So that's the way you could do it. Or you could find some budding individuated unit of consciousness that was looking for a seat in the game. Maybe they weren't quite ready. Maybe their last lifetime they were, you know, Rin Tin Tin or, you know, Lucy, and that the monkey that communicates with sign language or something, and that they were ready for the choice making that's done at the human level. And you might put some of those in the seats. And there's lots of things that you could do to fill those seats, but there's always more virtual reality. As a matter of fact, if you wanted another virtual reality just like this one, you could take the whole game, if you will, and duplicate it. You could have another virtual reality just like this, duplicated. It's just that easy. You could take World of Warcraft or The Sims, make another instance of it, put it on a different server, and off you go again, you see. So it's easy to deal with those kinds of things because it's a digital system.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Tom. My name is Lutz. I have a question about lowering the entropy in routine things. You know, I try to be very structured and mindful all day long, but especially in routine things like at home, I lose it, and then the anger and the fear and everything comes spontaneously, and I'm not aware of it. And so I find it tiring to be mindful all day long. So then I relax, and then the entropy is going up. And so maybe you have something for the relaxed moments.
Yeah, well, the problem you're having is that your mindfulness and you're being organized and mellow and everything's going along fine. You're doing that mostly out of your intellect. What you need to do, in other words, you're controlling your behavior. You're behaving, keeping focused on certain ways of being, and that's all coming out of your intellect. Probably a left brain dominant kind of person that does everything on logical process and lives out of your head, right? That's the way that usually works. What you need to do is get that down into your being level. That you do these things that you do, the mindfulness doesn't come from because you think that that's what you should be doing because you read that in a book or, you know, it sounded like a good idea or whatever else, but you're doing it because you do it. That's what you do. It's a part of you. It's the way you are, not something you think about. So that's moving it out of the intellectual level down into the being level, and now it won't disappear on you when you relax. It's there. It's you. Now you are force of will. You are mindful and you are doing all these things, but that's tiring. Forcing your will, trying to act in a certain way that really is not you, but it's the way you want to be. So you've kind of forced the behavior. That's okay as a learning tool, pushing behavior like that. It's not a bad thing to do, but at the same time you have to have the intent that you don't want it just to be behavior. You don't want it to be acting. You want it to be being. You have to be that way. So it's not when somebody says something rude to you that you act like you smile and aren't upset when you're boiling really inside, you see. It's that you just aren't upset. Those things just don't touch you. It's the being thing, not the acting. So that's the problem. When you're relaxing and just being yourself, then it all kind of, dissipates and the entropy starts to go up because that's the real you. And it's just too much work to suppress the real you all the time. You can only do that when you're with other people. People are watching. And then you can, you can be very mindful and caring and all those sorts of things when somebody's watching. But then when you're home alone, it's just you, and your furniture in the house or your kids or your wife or something, now you start to act like yourself. And then it all comes out, and then you feel bad. Oh, look, I shouldn't be like that. And then you feel guilty because you are like that, and you think you shouldn't. And then you got another fear, right? Guilt's just another sort of fear. So then you add another fear to it, and then that kind of gets wadded up. So just have an intent to make these choices come out of the being level. You choose to be that way because that's the way you are, not because that's the way you'd like to be. I know it's a hard thing to do when you're left brain. How do you make that choice? But if your intent is to shift it to your being level, I need to be mindful, not need to act like I'm mindful, then eventually, over some months, you'll see the transition. And it really is you. And then even when you're relaxed, you're fine. You keep the entropy low. You don't want to force it. You want to be it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, hi. My name is Oliver. And my question is a little bit a technical one, which confuses me, and I hope you can clear it up for me. It's
my friend, can you just hold the microphone a bit closer?
Sorry.
Thank you.
It's about entropy and information.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about that information is essential, and to lower the entropy is a good thing. And in information theory, a system with high entropy has more information than a system with low entropy.
Yeah,
so I'm
yeah.
getting confused.
Yeah, well, that would be confusing because I tell you just the opposite. It's a different way of defining entropy. You're talking about what do they call Shannon entropy?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, and that's a different sort of thing. My concept of entropy is more of a real basic. See, the Shannon entropy has to do with how much information you can get, how much you can jam into a small space. That's not the same direction that I'm going. I'm looking at entropy as just a fundamental measure of disorder, which is kind of the definition of entropy as the core definition. It has two definitions. One is it's a measure of disorder, and two, it's a measure of a system's ability to do work. Those are the two fundamental definitions of entropy. Shannon took that and applied it in a little different way that kind of gets away from those two fundamental definitions. It really isn't about doing work, and it really isn't about order so much. It's about how much information can you cram into a small space. How much information does it take to convey something, which is a different concept of entropy. So that's the difference. You're thinking of a different sort of entropy than I am. I'm thinking of the fundamental idea that it's a measure of disorder. So if you have an information system which is composed of bits, bit being the smallest piece of information, if all the bits are random, there is no information. Random bits don't carry information. If you take those bits and you do something with them, give them order. Let's say you just make a pattern. You make a pattern and the pattern is, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. We have information in the pattern. What's the next thing? 0, right? Because it just alternates ones and zeros. Or, up, 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 down, 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 up, 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 down, down. What's next? Another down. You see, there's information in order, in pattern. And then it gets more and more complicated as it evolves. You have patterns of patterns, and then you bring time into it, and there's a sequence of patterns. And you give those patterns meaning. They have some sort of significance. They're metaphors. They're symbols for other things. So all of this then builds up information. So my information just holds to the classical, fundamental, second law of thermodynamics kind of definition of entropy as a measure of disorder. And if you look at it that way, then it's obvious that an information system only has information as those bits are structured. Structured means order. As you put order to the bits, total randomness is no information. So that's kind of a simple way. So I'm not using entropy the way A lot of people use entropy when they talk about information systems. That's really a different purpose.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clear up, if you have perfect order, let's say only zeros, you also don't have much information.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that that's perfect order. I would say there was no order at all in that, you see, because you don't have any structure. There's nothing that you've built. There's no organization in that. It's just all zeros. That's like everything's random or all ones. There's nothing you're building up of any complexity. You're not creating any content because you're not reducing randomness. It's still random. You just have all zeros. All the zeros are in random positions. They're not located next to each other in any way. All you get is zeros because every zero is a zero. So you rearrange them and put them in some other order and it's just still a bunch of zeros. So a bunch of zeros are still nothing as far as information goes. So we're just looking at the information or the word entropy from a different viewpoint. So that's the confusion. There's lots of kinds of entropy. If you just Google entropy, you'll find there's at least a dozen different ways that people use entropy in science and even outside of science. And they all kind of have their own way of defining the words and the point that they're trying to make with it. But that's how I define it. So the entropy that I'm talking about is creating meaningful structure. And a bunch of zeros is no creation of meaningful structure. There's no meaningful structure there. There's no content in it. So that's the same as random bits, is to have all the bits at 0 or all the bits at 1.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Tom, I'm going to ask you the next question from way back here at the back of the room. Somebody asked me to ask you this question on their behalf. Awareness versus consciousness. Is there a difference, and how do you see it?
Yes, there is a difference. You can have awareness without consciousness. There's two things about consciousness that you need to have. One, you need to have awareness. That's one of the attributes of consciousness. But two, you need to have a finite decision space. If you have only awareness but no choices, then you're not conscious. You have to have free will choice. So you have to have a decision space of at least two things. Your choice is this way or that way, and you have the free will to pick whether you're going to pick this way or you're going to pick that way. Now you have free will. Very limited free will. It only can do that one little choice, but that's free will. If you don't have any choices, if you just have an awareness, but you can't choose, so you might be aware that there's a this way and a that way, but you have no choice. You can't do anything about that. It's just information. That's not consciousness. Consciousness has to make choices. Awareness just is aware of information, but can't interact with it. It's totally passive, has no active element, can't make choices. And it comes to bear, this question, when people talk about, the trees. Are the trees conscious? Are the rocks conscious? That sort of thing. We talk about things that don't really make choices. Now, whether something makes choices or not, biologists argue about that, and then they go do research to see if they can't determine what makes choices. Typically, they put things like in a maze and see if they can train them to go through the maze. And if they can train them to do things, then they say, well, they're able to make choices. Now they can go through the maze and get to the end without any wrong turns. But that's not necessarily that they're making free will choices. You can train a computer to go through a maze. You can teach it how to do that. Things can learn, and that learning can be not in choice making, but in hardwired algorithm. So it's a difficult thing to tell whether a clam has choice when it sticks out that foot and pushes itself along or does whatever it does. Does it decide to put that foot out and do that? Is that a choice? Or is that something that's just hardwired to do and it just does it because it does it? It's a difficult thing for biologists to figure out. But we figure out a lot of things. I mean, we know dogs and cats make choices. All you have to do is have a dog and cat and you'll realize that, they're making free will choices. But trees, maybe, maybe not. What kind of free will choices does a tree make? Well, just because we don't know of any doesn't mean there aren't any there, but as far as I can tell, there are none yet that have been verified that they're actually making free will choices, and it's not just algorithmic. It's not just kind of instinct, if you will. It's just the programs, the way the program works. One of the ways to tell is you put it in exactly the same situation more than once and see if you always get exactly the same answer out. So given that a tree is in a certain state, in a certain condition, with certain things around it, what does it do next? And if you can put a tree in that exact same situation another time, does it do exactly the same thing? If it always does exactly the same thing in exactly the same situation, then it's algorithmic. It's just what it does when it gets that stimulus. It has that response. If you can duplicate that and it does something different, now you could say the tree is making choices, unless you've overlooked some variable. So it's a hard thing to prove. But perhaps trees do have awareness, some sense of what's going on in the world, some sense of what's around them. Not that they can do anything about it or that they interact with it, but they may carry some awareness as trees. There may be some awareness of the other trees in that neighborhood. There may be something like that going on. That's much harder to determine than whether or not they make choices. And whether or not they make choices is pretty hard all by itself. So that's one of those things that's just kind of up in the air. Now they have a lot of experiments where they'll take a bush or something and they'll threaten it and have a lie detector hooked up to it, and it'll make a big blip every time you get the flame close to it. Other such experiments that would show that the tree is aware of what's going on. But on the other hand, it's very hard, if not impossible, to get the intent of the experimenter out of the experiment. The experimenter who's going to threaten the tree with his blowtorch, he's doing that because he wants to see whether or not it has an effect on the lie detector that they've hooked up to it. The lie detector just measures, say, conductivity of the tree. So it could be that it's the investigator's intent that's moving the needle too. Trying to get that investigator's intent out of the equation is another very difficult thing to do, because how do you have an investigation without an investigator? See, so there's lots of have a little ring here, don't I?
Yeah, and
something
you need to
changed.
speak up louder. The translator again's not getting it.
Oh. The louder I speak, the ringier I'm going to be.
I'm going to turn the gain down.
Okay, just a little bit.
Speak up.
Okay, that's better. It's not ringing anymore. Right. All right, translator back here, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. I'll try to talk just a little louder. I can't talk with a lozenge in my mouth. I'll just persevere. Hmm?
It's the swallowing and the noise.
Yeah, sound like a frog. Huh? Okay. I'll try not to breathe for as long as I can. Okay. So that it's the difference between consciousness and awareness. There's a difference there, and there's issues around that difference. It's an important difference. It's just a difference that's very hard to pin down. But it could exist. There could be trees that are aware of the forest that kind of have some sort of memory even. You can have memory without choices. You can have awareness without choices. And I suspect that's probably true. But I don't know because it's a hard thing to test. Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kenneth. Thank you first, Tom, for My Big Toe, for the book, and for all the videos. Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for the space, for the support that you give to Tom Campbell, and for the love that he makes such a huge difference to me and to all of us. And I think you are in the one row to mean to call with Einstein, Copernicus, and it's so my opinion on it. And also thank you, Simona, my wife. She will hear it, I think, later, and that she gives me the space that I can hear it here and have the weekend here with you. And my question goes directly to this part about growing together in relationship. So the question is how you handle the fundamental differences between women and men in this part. Because when I talk with my woman, with Simona about my big toe, relativity, so it looks like then sometimes it's important to have to look on the pictures about the children and also on the others. And my question is how do you deal with this, and also what you find to do with each other to grow together in this larger reality to talk about a bit. What is only talk about? Do you meditate? What is how you do it?
That's quite a question. Okay, I have to admit I've never been asked that one before, not just that way.
It's also I looked at lots of YouTube videos, and I'm also interested about what everybody has for question, but I never saw a lot of how to deal within the relationship. So I think now I'm here. I think it's a huge space.
All right, good, good. One sort of funny you should ask, but I have been in the process of writing for probably 2 decades, a book called Primal Male, Primal Female. That's about looking at gender without cultural overlay. Just what are we, under the hood? What is fundamental male and fundamental female, and the differences and the interrelationship. And I have about 20 pages of that was just kind of a rough outline of, it's like 20 out of maybe 300, right? So it's not much, but it's a little outline that will give some of the basic concepts of the way I'm approaching the subject. And hopefully, when I'm no longer touring around doing my big toe things, I'll have time to actually put that book, into writing completely and get that out. So it is a subject that I've thought a lot about. It is a subject that's of interest to me. And so if you want to know how I do it and some advice on how to do that, well, I can sum it all up in a very short amount of advice. She is always right.
This I have also learned.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, we all come to that conclusion eventually, yes. Some struggle more than others, but a good way to look at it is, at least we'll talk about the guys, since that's the kind of advice you'd like, being a guy. Look at it this way. If you want to get rid of ego, you want to grow up, you want to get past your fears, we know that the only way anybody grows up is if they feel safe in a safe environment, an environment where the love is non-conditional. And I should say that there's only non-conditional love. If there's conditions, it's not love. We tend to fall in need, not fall in love. We have needs, and we find somebody that meets our needs, and they meet our needs, and so on, and we meet their needs, and that's love. We fall in need, and then we strike a bargain. We say, I'll do this for you if you do that for me. And that's the bargain we have. Those things don't work very well. Bargains change, needs change, expectations change. So that creates a lot of trouble. So all love is unconditional. So given that all love is unconditional and that you would welcome opportunities to get rid of your ego and your fear, what better way than to start with the assumption that she is always right, okay? So if she has a difficulty, if she has a problem, if there's something causing her distress, take it on as your problem to solve. In other words, she doesn't have any problems. You have the problem of solving her problem. If she's unhappy, that's your problem. If she's upset, that's your problem. You see? When you look at it like that, then it puts you in the position of having to give unconditionally to another person. That's love. And if you practice love, then you'll grow up. It'll be a good way to grow up. Relationship is really where the rubber meets the road in getting rid of fear. That's the place where the ego and the beliefs all come out and make a mess. So relationship is where you can learn this more effectively than anywhere else. Now, a lot of guys, let's see, all the ladies are clapping.
Okay, since the ladies are clapping, it's time for me to make my comment. Okay, that does not give the ladies a free ride. In order for you to get rid of your ego, you can reverse that situation some, and whenever you're upset, you can stop and think, you know, what's going on here. So it is a two-way street. But from the male standpoint, you know, you got to go with what he says. And relationships with your spouse and the relationships with your children. That's some of the best learning situations that you can have. So, but along with what he said, if he ever writes the book, there are some differences. So I say it's symmetric, but not completely, because there are some genetically different, innate differences between male and female.
Yeah, lots of differences. We are fundamentally very different creatures. We live with different realities. We see things differently. We hear things differently. It's just very different. Now, if I tell you that she's always right and it's your job to make her happy, period. No, yeah, but she, none of that. But if I tell you that, then that gives you a challenge. Gives you a challenge to give. And most people then react to that, but if I do that, then I'll be a slave, right? No, that's your fear talking. See, you let go of that fear. That's your fear talking. Let go of the fear. Just be love. Just be love and give love unconditionally. Doesn't matter what she does. Doesn't matter how she reacts. Your job is to make her happy. See, that's your job. So if you do that, though, you will put her in an environment that's safe, an environment that is very encouraging. She has a chance now to grow, to stretch out, to deal with her fears, because she knows that whatever it is she does, you're there, you'll love her, you will put her first. So with that kind of an environment, she'll start growing up. Now that's the way it normally works for most people most of the time. I've said these sorts of things before in public, and I've had probably 20 or 30 people write me and say, we tried this in the relationship, I got it, and it works great. Our relationship is totally different now. I haven't yet gotten one that said it ruined my life. So most of the time, it works pretty well. But that's because most people do have the capacity to love. Okay? Even though we tend to get together based on need, most people do have that capacity to love, and they do care about others. They're not just self-centered. It's only about them. Because they have that capacity, all they need is a little safe place to start to develop it. So the ability to love is different in everyone. The capacity to love is inversely proportional to self-centeredness. If you're completely and totally self-centered, and it's all about you always, then your capacity to love is almost zero. You don't have that capacity. In that case, if you have a person like that, but see, those persons are rare. Most people aren't like that. But if you get one of those rare persons that you give and you're not helping at all growth or whatever, and you don't see any potential in it, then it's time to move on. Change the relationship. Let it go. Start someplace else. You know, what do they say? You know, you can't get blood out of a turnip. You can't get somebody to grow up if there's no potential there to grow. But 99.9999% of all the people in the world have a potential to grow. So unless you got one of those real strange ones, it'll work, and it'll work for you. Now, your significant other will test you right away to see whether that's true, or whether it's just an act. You have to be it. You can't just act it. You just act it, it's not going to work too well. And not only that, making her happy can't be, you ask her, well, what do you want, dear? And she says, I want you to go stand on one foot and, you know, in the closet. I'll tell you when to come out, you know. If that's what she tells you to do, you see, that's, you know, that's not the point. She's not going to do that. So it's not basically doing what she says or asking her, what will make you happy? That's not the point. If she has to tell you what makes her happy, it doesn't count. You didn't do it. You have to make her happy without her telling you. You have to do those things that make her feel good, make her feel safe, make her feel cared for, loved, and special, all those things. And if you just focus on that, you'll find your relationship will get better and better and better. And I don't mean just that, you know, because you're giving to it and nobody else is, but the giving and the sharing and the growth will start to develop on both sides. Now, that could work the opposite way. I could say, ladies, what you got to do is make your man happy. And that's your whole job, is to make him happy. See, we could start from that other side. But that doesn't work nearly as well. And the reason that doesn't work nearly as well is that when, you know, women are focused on relationship. They work in a relationship space. Relationship is their thing. Men work in the outside world. We manipulate things in the outside world. They manipulate things within the relationship space. So those are the things. Well, guys kind of stumble through relationship. They're not quite sure what they're doing or why they're doing it or when. They just kind of work on their intuition and hope everything works out for the best. Women work at relationship with their intellects. We work in relationship with our intuition. When it comes to the outside world, we work with the outside world with our intellects. They work at the outside world with their intuition. So there's a different way that we approach things. So it works better for the guy to take the lead in this and make his woman happy, whatever that takes, and to do it on his own. And, you know, step up and be the leader, but the leader to make her happy. If it's the other way around, it'll still probably work. It just takes longer. Because we guys just stumble through relationship. If our woman just makes us happy, we just kind of kick back and say, that's good. Let the good times roll. Why should I change anything? Whereas the lady, if you make her happy, she'll start to feel like this is her role, you know, relationship with her intellect. That intellect will kick in and say, wow, it's really nice here. I need to deserve this. I need to do something that keeps this working. And she will be quicker on the uptake to grow up from it than if it is the other way around. So it works the other way around. It's just not as efficient a process. So that's why I say start with the guys. So you're not to be her slave. You're not to be her puppy dog that'll run off and do whatever she asks. That's not the point. You still have to be in charge. But what you're first and foremost in charge of is making her happy. So if you try that in your relationship, you will see that that's a very powerful tool for improving a relationship, and an even more powerful tool for getting rid of your ego, because it's your ego and fear that make that hard. You know, it's like my wife wants to paint the bedroom purple. I just painted the bedroom 2 years ago. It doesn't need to be painted. There's no point in painting it in purple. Just cut that out. If she wants it purple, go get a paintbrush and a can of paint and make it purple. You see? It's just that easy. It's not about whether it's rational or not. It's not like, well, that's not a rational thing. The paint's brand new. It's not, you're not going to paint it now, you know. That doesn't have anything to do with rational. It has to do with happy. So if purple makes her happy, then paint the room purple. If your ego doesn't like purple, well, get over it. You see? That's the way it works. It's not a deal. You see, if you're in a relationship and it's a deal, all right, I'll paint your room purple, but you have to, do this, or it's a negotiation. That's not love. And relationships based on love are much more powerful and much more rewarding for everybody than relationships based on need or relationships based on negotiation. Then they become a business deal. Then the interest and the magic goes out of them when it's a business deal. So, and I don't know, maybe that's more than what you wanted to hear. You probably didn't want to hear that.
It is a huge field, and I have heard that you write the first 20 chapters, no, it's pages.
Yeah, about 20 pages I write. You
And,
go look that up.
I have only a wish that a little viewpoint possibly from your queen is also a part of that book. So for my
This epiphany came to me probably, I don't know, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, something like that. And like all relationships, you struggle some. And I realized that the struggle was a bad idea and that it was never ending. And that it never ended up anyplace good. But this makes more sense. But I'm right and you're wrong. That sort of thing. Never goes anywhere productive. It just sits and creates bad feelings. That's all it does. So the only way to solve a problem is to take matters into your own hand. You're the only person you can change. You can't change anybody else. So let's make that love relationship really love. Unconditional giving. That's what it's about. And the more you do it, the easier it gets. But yes, there's fear. Fear that you won't get what you want. Fear that you'll have to live in a purple bedroom. Fear that you'll be doing things that are irrational. It's against it's against the way you operate to do things that are irrational. But then you find that people, you have to let them be. You have to let them be who they are. And however it is that they are. For every reason that purple makes them happy, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be rational. It just has to be genuine. And if people are genuine, then you try to meet them where they are. And if it's your spouse, you try to do things that make them happy. So that would be my advice, and that's how to go about it. And it does work, but it will be the most difficult thing you've ever done in your life. And
Thank
it
you.
will challenge you. It will challenge you. Particularly if you tell your spouse that, so that every time that you mess up and it's something about you and the way you want it, and she'll tell you that, cut that out. It's not about you. It's about me. And you have to say, yes, it is. I'm sorry. It's my fault. That's the other thing. It's always your fault. If there's any issue where fault is required, it's yours. So
Thank
try
you.
that and see how that works for a while.
Thank you for the advice.
Hi, Tom. My question would be if you can confirm from your perspective if there have been changes to the rule set of this virtual reality in recent past, thinking about a possible landmark like 2012, which helps us as spiritual beings, let's say, to know ourselves, or which supports the quest to know oneself. Is this something which you can confirm from your perspective?
No, I would say that that's, in the way that you're thinking of it, like in 2012, I would not confirm that any of that exists. There's not things that happen. In another way, I'm going to come back around and tell you that those kinds of things do exist. So it kind of depends on how you look at it. You don't get a plus up in your spiritual quality just because it's time, or it's 2012, or that sort of thing. Everything you get, you have to earn. On the other hand, it's not lost on the larger consciousness system that this is the first time in the history of humanity that we have an opportunity to take a big step forward. And the larger consciousness system wants us to take a big step forward because as we evolve, it evolves. We're it. It's us. We're just pieces of it. So if we lower our entropy a little bit, then the entropy of the system is lowered by that little bit. So we are the larger conscious system strategy to evolve. That's why we're in this trainer. Okay? So it evolves as we do. And if you stop evolving, if you stop growing, if you stop reducing entropy, what happens is you start increasing entropy. You start sliding backwards. You start losing information. You start returning to randomness. So the system wants us to succeed. And the system knows that this is a first tipping point, if you will, that we're encountering in the history of our race. So we're getting a little extra nudges and extra support, but it's not that we get any free plus-ups in the quality of our consciousness, it's that we're getting urged to grow up. And that urging is going on in 1,000 different ways. And if you've noticed in the last decade or so, the number of books written, the number of people, the number of talking heads, like me out there in the world talking about love and caring and growing up, they've multiplied considerably. So, yes, there is some nudging, encouragement for us to grow up. A lot of people feel that. A lot of people have this sense that this is a propitious time, Things are going to be happening in the near future. We need to grow up to meet that challenge. And there's thousands of people, millions of people who have that sense in their intuition that this is the way it is. And that is the way it is. And just that by itself will be a great help. So it's that kind of thing. So yes, there is some help in that kind of sense, but it's all nudges and encouragement, not making any choices for us. We still have free will. We still have to do it. If we don't, then we'll pay those consequences that we don't. So yes and no.
Okay. If I may ask a brief second question in this regard. You mentioned that we will in future make some encounters from a scientific standpoint which basically will confirm that we are living in a virtual reality.
Mm-hmm.
That would mean, to me, that we would understand that we are just figures, let's say, in a virtual reality. How do we comprehend or conclude then, let's say, on the computer and the player? Because you also brought up once the example of the flatlanders. So how do we basically, in this context of this 3D world, let's say, comprehend what is basically in a other realm? You got my question, or how can we conclude about it, or get a common understanding about it? Because you mentioned this is a journey which everybody has to take individually. So
yes.
How do we then, as a, let's say, human race, or however you want to call it, conclude on those kind of aspects?
Well, we do it just one person at a time. The collective consciousness is just a sum of all of the individuals that are in the group. So group consciousness is a sum of us. And we change, the collective consciousness changes. As it changes, then it pulls other people. If it's going up, it pulls other people up. If it's going down, it pulls other people down. That's what collective consciousness does. So at a group level, the group will change as the individuals in the group change. So that's how that works. Now there is a kind of misunderstanding of this that we'll have to deal with, and that is people who don't really understand this concept very deeply, who still feel that this reality is the real reality and everything else is sort of a fake reality, an imaginary reality. They have this problem with, if this is a virtual reality, then why should I care? I'm an elf in a game. So what? Why should I go out of my way to be nice or to be loving or anything else? I'm just an elf in a game, so it doesn't matter, does it? Well, you see, they misunderstand the problem. It's not like that at all. You're not the elf in the game. What they're saying is, I'm just my body, so what my body does doesn't matter. They're not their body, you see. They're consciousness. And for consciousness, every choice you make is important. There is nothing more real than information. Information, consciousness is at the core of everything real. The data you get, that is reality. whether that data comes from the larger conscious system, whether it comes from some other individuated unit of consciousness, whether it comes from yourself. We call that imagination. That's all sources of data. It's all real. It's not like the data you imagine is fake data, and the data from a larger conscious system is real data, and the data from other individuated units of consciousness could be either one way or the other. It's not like that. All information is reality. We interpret it, and as we interpret it, that's what reality is. Most of the time, all three of those are wadded up together. There's stuff from the larger conscious system, there's stuff from other entities, and there's stuff that we make up. And we get all that data, and we interpret that whole wad of data however we interpret it. There's nothing that tells us this data came from the larger conscious system, this data came out of your own imagination. We just get the data, and we deal with it, and it's all real, and it's important. It's vitally important. It's like telling a pilot that's in a flight trainer, trying to get him to learn how to fly, so that when they put him in the cockpit of a $500 million aircraft, he knows what to do with all the little knobs and buttons. And he said, oh, it's just a trainer. It's not important. I can do anything. I don't have to pay attention. It's just a trainer. So that's obviously foolish, right? It's not just a trainer. That's his reality in that trainer, and he needs to learn and do what he's supposed to do. Well, that's us too. We're here, and what we do and the choices we make, there isn't anything more important than that. That is the ultimate importance, is your choices, is your growth, is your evolution. That's why we're here. So the idea that, well, it's just a virtual reality, we don't have to take it serious, let's go drink beer and make hell, it's just a game, who cares? That's just somebody who doesn't really understand the concept. You should care, because you're going to evolve or de-evolve according to those choices you make. You need to care more about that than anything else. So that's one of the things we'll have to deal with when it comes to that. But I wouldn't worry about the group consciousness, about how do you get the whole humanity to kind of get into line with this. It will as people change. It has to start at the individual level. The group consciousness really doesn't exist on its own. It's just the sum of all the members of the group.
Thank you. Hello, just a question on something I have difficulties to comprehend. Okay, I can consider that there are many planes, like astral planes and so on, where consciousness can go or be when dead or whatever. But I'm not controlling my dreams. So when I'm dreaming, am I just shifting between or drifting in this plane and able to control there? Am I in a specific zone where most dreamers are? Or am I in my body and able to deal with data coming? Where?
None of those planes and places and subsets really exist. Okay, they all are just metaphors. They're ways that we talk about the data to make it easier for us to communicate. See, we need metaphors. We need metaphors and symbols, or we can't communicate. If we want to talk to each other about our experiences, we need to put that in some kind of context that lets us talk about it. So we end up with 7 chakras. There are no chakras. That's not fundamental. It's just a way of cataloging, if you will, or arranging the information that helps people understand it and communicate about it. There is no astral plane and other planes and all this other stuff. You can find people that have 7 planes and people that have 50 planes, and each plane is broken into these pieces, and all of that is just metaphor. It's somebody's help, that helps somebody understand what they have experienced better if they break it up like that. It helps them put it into language if they break it up like that, but it's not fundamental. It's not the way it is. Okay, you are an individuated unit of consciousness. There aren't places. Places, we have this place here and that place, that's kind of spatial concepts. There's this space and that space and other spaces. There is no space in consciousness. You don't go anywhere in consciousness, not that you go in this region and in that realm. You're not going anywhere. You're just consciousness getting a data stream. There can be more or less things in your data stream. Right now, we're all getting a data stream that defines this room and us talking and so on. That's in our data stream.
So is it just mind organizing the data?
Yes, it's the way mind organizes the data so that it can be, we can think about it. You see, and we get the data and then we interpret it, but our interpretation has to be in terms of what we know, what our experience is. Well, what we know and what our experience is what we get through our senses, through this virtual reality. So people who go out into the non-physical, they talk about what they saw, what they heard, what they felt, right? We take that interpretation and turn it into sense data because that's our language. Our language describes sense data stuff. If we don't do that, we can't even talk about it. We can't even form the thought in our mind without language. You see? So we have the experience, we get the data, we interpret the data, and then we translate that into sense data. That's why we see things. You see, we talk about seeing an aura. I started seeing auras probably about 40 years ago. And I had to do a lot of research on that to find out just what was that. I eventually realized it was just information. You didn't need to see the person to see their aura. You didn't need to see a photograph of the person to see their aura. You didn't need to be in the same side of the planet to see their aura. It was just information. Now, if you believe that you can only see an aura of a body that's in front of you, then you won't be able to see auras anyplace else because you just won't query the data for that because you don't think it's possible. You see, that's why beliefs are a limitation. So it's not that these ways of slicing and dicing and categorizing and organizing information are wrong. They're just not fundamental. They're helpful. We need them. Without them, we couldn't talk about it. But they're not the only way. Because they're not fundamental, then, you know, the Zen Buddhists don't see any chakras, neither do the shaman, you know, in North and South America. They don't see any chakras. Well, it's because they organize their information differently. It's a different system. That's all. It doesn't mean that, you know, the people that see chakras are right and the people that don't just missed it, you know. They're just not smart enough to see them. It's not like that at all. They just organize their information in a different way. So there are no levels, really. It's just data. That's why when you go out of body, nothing goes out of the body. The body's a bunch of ones and zeros in a hard drive. What could go out of it? You see, your consciousness shifts to a different data stream. What data stream you get, you can determine by your intent. So now going out of body is no harder than just shifting your intent.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so thank you for these new data that will help me to better organize my data.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Tom. Thanks for stopping by in Frankfurt. That's much appreciated. I would love to get your expert advice on a subject that will require me to use symbols and metaphors. Negative entities, energy parasites. How would one be able to get rid of those once they have settled down in one's presence, in one's energy body, and seem to like it there and don't want to move out voluntarily?
Okay. Mostly, you know, there can be several reasons for having encounters with such things. Mostly the reason is fear. Mostly the reason is that you're open to it. That's the key thing. If you don't have any fear associated with it, then basically it doesn't have any way to interact with you. It interacts with you if you have some sort of fear. So, number one thing is the way to get rid of it is to get rid of your fear. That gets harder to do, you know, the more experience you have. There are people who will have feelings of things. Their hair will stand up on edge. They'll have itchy feelings that'll move around through their body. They'll feel like things are crawling around under their skin. They have all sorts of physical sensations that are very disturbing to them, very distracting to them. And many times, those sensations, those things that they're dealing with, are really a manifestation of their own fear. Not always, but sometimes. It's their own fear that they have, their own, if you will, dislike of themselves. They're not real happy with themselves, and one of the ways they do that is to manifest that in those kinds of things. And often that's given the title of it's a non-physical being has gotten into their body and doing this and that to them. So we attach that as an explanation of a lot of things that are really just fear-based. On the other hand, there are all sorts of entities in this reality. And I'm talking about the whole reality, the non-physical as well as our nice little virtual reality that we have here. And those entities all have free will. So if you are attached for some reason to such an entity, then it has free will to interact with you, but only to a limited extent for the most part. So for most of us, it's not a problem because the rule set here and the way management runs this virtual reality is that it protects the kids in school. You know, we protect the kindergarten kids. You know, if the old kids, you know, if the 8th graders come and harass the kindergartners and steal their lunch money and that sort of thing, we step in and stop that. So our reality tends to keep that sort of thing at a minimum. So we don't get harassed and nobody steals our lunch money and we don't get bullied and we don't have to deal with other entities that otherwise might want to do that because the halls are policed, you know, by the teachers. All metaphors, of course. But that doesn't mean that policing is 100%. It doesn't mean that the rules are never violated. Occasionally, they are. And when that does, you know, somebody calls a teacher or the principal and they come try to fix it. But sometimes it's a big system. Sometimes stuff just slips through the cracks. So I'd say that if you feel that's the case, then the first way to try to eliminate it is get rid of your fear. Just be fearless. Now you can use tools to express that lack of fear. You can do tools that help you feel less fearful. And if you feel less fearful, then you're less of a target. Sometimes people will put an energy body around themselves, build some kind of an energy aura about themselves that keeps everything out except what they want to let in. That's one thing. That's a tool. Not fundamental, but it's a tool. It's a metaphor that helps focus your intent on being invulnerable. As you feel invulnerable, you don't have quite, you're not expressing so much fear. The fear may still lurk down there, but at least you're not expressing that fear. Expressing fear is like a big kick me sign, you know, stuck on you in the larger consciousness system. Anything can manipulate you or interact with you based on that fear. So the first thing is to get rid of the fear. The second thing would be to, in a meditation state, talk to the larger consciousness system and explain that you're having this problem. And you would appreciate if there's anything you can do to help. If it really is a transgression, some entity that's, you know, sneaking, you know, past the guard, you will probably get some help with it. If it's not, then you'll still have that metaphor, but it's probably not what's going on. So the third thing that you can do with it is use your intent to get rid of it. Have a strong intent that it will not bother you. It will leave you alone. Now, if you also have fear underneath that intent, you got two things, one pulling and one pushing. One pulling it in, one pushing it away. Redouble that intent when the creepy crawly stuff under your skin starts to happen, or whatever other symptoms you have, just don't have them. Push it away. Push it out of your mind, push it away. In other words, it's a refuse to play. Refuse to get into the reciprocal game. Because as those things are done to you and as you have those symptoms, you get the sense of fear. The fear makes it worse. So then you get more of them, which makes you more afraid, which makes it worse. And pretty soon you get to a point where you feel lost and overwhelmed and can't get out of the hole that you've dug for yourself with fear. That's typically the way it works. Matter of fact, in those cultures where they do voodoo or that kind of thing, the first volley in that exchange is where the practitioner tries to frighten you. They frighten you by sending you a little doll with a pin in it, or by jumping around and cursing you and telling you how awful things are going to happen to you. Something to frighten you. Because once they've got that fear, now they've got an entree into your system, because now you're connected to them with your fear. You and they are connected. That fear is an intent, and it connects you with what it's afraid of, what you're afraid of. So you've just built them a portal, if you will, that they can get to you. So it's the fear thing is cyclical, and you can back that cycle out just by having a force of will. I will not, experience this. If I experience it, I will ignore it. I'll just ignore it. Okay, I feel creepy crawly things under my skin. I'm going about my business and ignore it. If you can do that for a while, it'll start to recede. In the beginning, it'll start to get worse. It's almost like you have a battle going on now. You're going to ignore it, and it's going to make it so you can't ignore it. And you get this little war going on. But you persist, and you just ignore it. You won't react to it, no fear. It's just there. All right, that's my life. I'm going to have these things feel like crawling around under my skin all the time. I'll just live that way. I accept it, and I'm going on. I won't let it affect me, and have that kind of an attitude. If you keep that, after a while, that struggle will start to die down, and the effects will get less and less and less, and eventually go away. But it may take some time. And you have to keep that pressure on. Go away, leave me alone. You're not welcome here. And keep that up all day long. Have that. When you get symptoms, push the thing. Accept the symptom. Don't struggle with it. Struggling with it is your fear. You see? Just accept it. All right, that's the way it is. I'll live with it. Go away. That kind of thing. And eventually that'll work. And that'll make it go away. It'll take a while, because what you're doing is playing a game with your own fear. And you're trying to back out of the cycle of fear that got you there in the first place with the fear, and I feel this. What if that's now I feel it worse. And it just keeps building on itself until it gets to be a problem. So you want to back that cycle out by doing the opposite thing, which is ignoring it and not giving it any energy, not giving it any of your attention. Every time you give it attention, and every time you say, oh, that's really annoying, you're giving it attention. And that attention then helps feed it. So you just don't feed it, give it no attention. And it will begin, at first, like I say, to get worse, but then it'll get better, and then it'll go away.
Thank you for your advice, much appreciated.
Hello, Tom and everyone. My question is about if there is a way to become absolutely certain that we are not just awareness but consciousness, or in other words, how can we become 100% sure that there is somebody making free choices instead of only becoming aware of choices that are deterministic or even random? And probably you know about some experiments in neuroscience that you observe brain responses before you become conscious that you're making a choice. Mm-hmm. So there is some brain evidence that there has been a difference before that you are conscious of the choice that you made.
Yeah, that research is very flawed in that they don't really understand consciousness. So the conclusion they draw from that, and the research we're talking about is research that shows that people will start to react to a stimulus before the stimulus actually takes place. So, you know, raise your hand when you hear the bell. And they'll find that people start to raise their hand, not that they actually move it, but the electrochemical processes in their muscle tissue starts to get ready to be moved before the bell rings. Just before the bell rings, you see. So that research has been used to say, well, there is no free will. It looks like the body starts going before even the stimulus, so it obviously is all deterministic. But that's because they don't understand the nature of consciousness, and it's the wrong conclusion at those experiments. So how do you know? I can go over those experiments later, but I'll address the first part of your question first. And that's, how do you know that you are making free will choices? Well, look at the two systems and say, okay, we have a system with free will. Consciousness requires free will. Without consciousness, there's no free will. Without free will, there's no consciousness, because the consciousness is the thing that makes choices. So, are you conscious? Well, you know, if I ask somebody, are you conscious? Most of you would say, yeah, I'm conscious. So it's pretty obvious that you're conscious because you feel like you're making choices. And that choice, we've decided, has to do with growing up, has to do with evolution. We've given a whole history of where that comes from and where it's going and why we're doing it and why we're here and all of that. So it all kind of builds in a system of evolution that's ongoing, etc. If we go to the other side and you say, well, no, I'm not conscious. Well, how can you say, no, I'm not conscious? Do you not have to be conscious to say, no, I'm not conscious? That would be my first problem with it. And secondly, where does it lead? What kind of system is it if there is no free will? Okay, what's the point? If there is no free will and everything that you do is just part of a movie that you're in and you don't actually have any free will to make any choices, this is all just a charade and it's all random, what's the point? You say, why is it like that? Where did this come from? Where is it going? Well, if that's the case, you come to the conclusion that there is no purpose. There's no reason to be. It's not going anywhere. There's no evolution. There's nothing happening. Nobody's growing up. Nobody's learning anything, because to learn, you have to make choices. You see? To grow, you have to make choices. You have to become different. But if there are no choices, then you're not really growing to do anything. It's just a mechanical thing. You're like a robot going through the motions. And there's all these motions that just happen. Well, you know, when we do things like decide to marry Sally instead of Susie, those are choices. Well, no, that was all just predetermined. Well, then what's the point? You see, what's the value? And that's where I get, you know, most of my sense that determinism is a dead end. There is no value. There's no point. There's no reason for it. It doesn't lead anywhere. It's got no purpose. And things that are purposeless and pointless generally don't exist. You see, that's kind of, you know, a fundamental, sort of like Occam's razor, you know, things that are simple, things that are simple are more likely to be true. Well, it's just real simple to see that we do have free will, we make choices, and there's a purpose in it. There's a reason, there's a process, there's a whole structure to support it, and it's going somewhere for some reason. That's pretty simple and straightforward. What's the justification for nothing matters, nothing exists, no choices are made, there is no point, there is no purpose? Why? Why then? You know, what's it doing? Where did it come from? Why does it exist at all? Well, we exist, you know. Descartes got that far, right? I think, therefore I am. So the existence, we can say, yeah, we exist, but we exist without a purpose. See, it doesn't make any sense. So it's kind of it's a dead end. Philosophically, spiritually, physically, any way you look at it, determinism is a dead end without purpose or point or change. Okay. So that's kind of where that's why I end up on the point that I do, that everything makes sense if you have purpose, if you have free will, and suddenly we know what our purpose is, we know what we're doing and why we're doing it and why we're here, and you know, physics works out better. Everything sort of works. The problem that they had with measuring these tiny little potentials in the muscle tissue and so on ahead of time. The reason those exist, there's a couple of reasons, I guess, why those kinds of things exist. They've done the same thing with empathy. They'll take two people who know each other really well. They'll take one of them in a different room that's soundproof and no windows and that kind of stuff, and they'll show them pictures of things that are horrible, whatever, to make a big emotional reaction. The other person sitting out there gets it. They have an empathetic reaction to it. So there's these sorts of things. Well, they're showing just the connectedness of consciousness. Okay, consciousness is all connected. We're all netted. So those things show that. What you're seeing when you have a reaction start before the stimulus is a system of reducing video lag in a simulation. Any simulation has video lag. There's a lag time between when the choice is made and when the picture comes up on the screen, right? And we've got these really, really slow electromechanical avatars, you see. In order to make an arm move, you got to have something contract, it's a lever, it's that kind of, it's a machine that does, it's a very, very slow thing. Consciousness is very, very fast. Consciousness is exceedingly fast. When you live just in consciousness, a lot can happen in a short period of time. Many of you would have a dream that's lasted for, in the dream you went through weeks or months or even years, and it only took you 5 minutes, because consciousness can process a lot of data very fast. So we have this problem. A bell rings, and nothing happens, and eventually an arm starts to go up in the air. You see, that's video lag. Okay. So from the conscious viewpoint, that makes a very unsatisfactory game when things happen and you're supposed to get a reaction, but that reaction is delayed. So one of the ways that the system deals with these slow electromechanical bodies that are millions of times slower than consciousness is it starts the process out ahead of time. It starts it out so that the muscles start to get ready to contract before the stimulus, so that when you do get the stimulus, it looks like the bell rang and the arm went up. So it looks like it's a direct stimulus response action in this reality. So that's why those little potentials start that way. It's because we're so slow. Now, one way to see that is that the system has to guess. Now, the system knows that when the bell's going to ring, because remember, it's a virtual bell. See, the system's playing all sides of the game when it's a virtual reality. It's a virtual bell and a virtual electrical pulse that's going to ring that virtual bell at a particular time. The source is creating all of that. That's all in the data stream. So the source knows what's happening. And the system knows what the probable future is. But we have free will. So the system starts with the idea that a bell's going to ring. Let's say there's somebody in the back of the room someplace that's got a rope that pulls the bell. So it's a virtual rope with a virtual avatar ringing a virtual bell. But that avatar is being run by a consciousness. And that consciousness might just decide not to ring that bell. Even after he starts to grab that rope, he may just change his mind, because consciousness has free will. All right? So what happens is the system looks at the probable future. Okay, I think he's going to ring the bell now. Okay? Because it's in control of his data stream, and it gets his feedback because he's talking, the consciousness talking to the computer too. So when the consciousness has the intent to ring the bell, then the system might decide that the bell's going to ring shortly. But let's say in that process, it starts those muscles to move. It gets those little potentials going. And then the guy with the rope to ring the bell changes his mind. So right when he's ready to pull it, he says, no, I don't think so. Well, now these little potentials start to subside, and they go back. What that does is when we are not sure of what we're doing, when we tend to change our mind a lot, and we're not very stable in what we're thinking, has to do when we're fearful a lot of times, our choices are not very stable, not very steady. And the system may predict this, it may predict that. It starts, it has to stop, it has to restart in another direction. So this is something that's obvious. If you have to walk across a board. Let's give you a board that's that wide. You know, it's easy to walk on a board that wide if it's lying on the ground. So we'll put a 2 by 6 inches, lay it on the ground, walk across it. Everybody in this room can walk across that board from one end to the other. Now let's take that board and put it 200 feet in the air. Just as stable, just as steady, walk across that board. Half of us would fall off. Why? Because we're not sure. We're tentative. We're trying to, I'm going to take this step. Is that step right? Should I step lightly? Should it be toe first? You know, we've got all this stuff going on. And the consciousness system can't figure out what we're going to do next because we're changing it every couple of seconds. We're very tentative about what we're doing. So it starts this potential going for that muscle, and oops, that's not, no, they changed their mind, now it starts something else and something else. It makes us clumsy. That's why we fall off the board, because now we're just really clumsy because what we actually do, we've got potential starting and going away and then starting again, and all that makes us clumsy. That tells you also why athletes will tell you that most of their game is mental. You see, if they have to think about, okay, first I pick up my javelin, then I hold it like this, then I go this and I do that, and if they think about doing it, they're going to be terrible javelin throwers because each time they're making choices about what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. All those choices, if they're not fluid, it's uncoordinated. It's sloppy, it has no power, it doesn't work. They practice to the point that they don't think about it. It's all one smooth motion. Easy to predict. Easy to get all those potentials all lined up just exactly when they're needed to make that a coordinated throw. So that's how that works. So that's why when we're tentative, which is when we're fearful, we tend to be clumsy. We can't work right. If we're worried about what we're going to do, we're worried about falling off that board, we have all kinds of false starts and stops. We're very tentative and we're very, very clumsy. If we're not worried about it, we're a lot smoother because we have consistency in our intent. The system can work with that and make this slow old electromechanical avatar, get across that board. It's a much easier thing to do. So that's the difference. It's not they're thinking that consciousness is just this little consciousness, free will awareness unit. What they don't understand is that's part of an individuated unit of consciousness with something else which is part of a larger consciousness system. And when I talk about consciousness, mainly I'm talking about the larger consciousness system. I'm not talking about the local consciousness in somebody's mind. That's different. So that's why I think that free will is correct because it goes somewhere. It has value. It has purpose. And determinism has no purpose. Actually, determinism has just one purpose, and that purpose is to justify scientists' belief in materialism. Because if you have a belief in materialism, you have to have a belief in determinism. You see, those two go together. If you don't have determinism, then materialism doesn't work. So that's why scientists are so focused on it being deterministic. That's the only thing that supports their materialism. You can't have things, if you have a physical system, the scientists would say, if I knew where all the particles were at any given time, all their velocities, all their attributes, where they were pointing, what they were doing, what their spin was. If I knew all the particles at any time, I could calculate everything that happens in the universe after that, because it's all deterministic. It's all just equations. Everything follows the equations, and that'll let go. So the only way that that's true is if there is a deterministic situation. It is all just equations. There's no free will, you see. So consciousness, right, not consciousness, but materialism depends on determinism. Otherwise it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. Normally, determinism versus free will ought to be what philosophers talk about, not physicists. So why are physicists and other scientists so hard over on a philosophical subject like determinism? Because they dearly need it to justify their materialism, which is dear to their hearts. That's why. So that's the reason that there's this thing about determinism. It's basically a fundamental starting point of science that it must be that way. And so scientists believe it, and then they make big mistakes. They've got light cones in relativity that go into the past and into the future, and everything's determined, and they're just misunderstanding the math. They're not interpreting it correctly. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes, thank you very much. I have another one, but I think it's late. No.
It is late, young sir.
Okay.
Tom, we did have a 6 o'clock hard finish. However, this gentleman has been waiting a while, so we are going to run over and do this one gentleman's question, and this gentleman can ask his question tomorrow.
Okay.
Tom, I would like to come back to the morning session and the words you have said about the change to come, and you said that the next step will be a growth in the organization and corporational level.
Mm-hmm.
And you also said culture drives genetics. So does this mean that also the avatar has to change in order to improve his abilities to support growth of consciousness?
Yes, it does. But evolution of the avatar and changing that genetics, we used to think, well, scientists probably a lot still do think that that's a very difficult thing that takes a very long time to happen. It's not. We change our genetic makeup daily, on the fly. Things that we experience will alter it slightly. Now, things that we experience a whole lot all the time, generation after generation, eventually experience it in a bigger way. But you can pass things genetically to your children that you created that just by an experience that you had in your life before you had those children. So genetics isn't as immutable as we think. That has now become science. When I wrote my books, I talked about that, and at that time science would have devoured all knowledge that could possibly be. But now there's the science called epigenetics that shows that intent, mental intent, will modify how the body works. Another sample of that is there were sheep that scientists saw that were moral sheep. Sheep that the mother sheep would take care of some other sheep's babies, feed them, let them nurse, even though they weren't hers. The other sheep got made into sheep burgers and left lambs, and some other sheep would feed them and keep them alive and whatever. And they said, well, that's counter to what we know about evolution. About evolution, it's getting your genes forward, not somebody else's genes. You're not going to waste your resources on some other lamb. You're going to want your lambs to have all the resources, because the only reason that you're lactating if you're a sheep is because you have lambs. You have something to take those resources. You're not going to share that and put yours at some disadvantage for some other genetic. And because that flew in the face of biological evolutionary theory, they wanted to see how that worked. So what they did, of course, is kill the sheep, look at the brain, and see, oh, look, they've got this little lobe on their brain right here that has to do with moral choice, just like we have humans at that part of our brain. There's this little thing, and that's where moral choice gets done, in that part of the brain. Therefore, some sort of, by accident or quirk or randomness, the sheep developed that little lobe on their brain, and that enabled them to be moral and make moral choices. That's just backwards. The sheep are conscious critters. They made good choices. They developed morality because it was the right thing to do. They exercised that morality, and because they did that, the brain modified itself to support that behavior. So the mind leads, the body follows. This is just an avatar. As you grow up, your physical system will modify itself to support that growing up. So your body does change, your avatar does change as you make better or worse decisions, either one. So yeah, genetics will change kind of on a dime, I guess, with intent, and that's now been shown. Bruce Lipton and others are, if you want to find that somewhere, Google Bruce Lipton and read his work, and he'll tell you about the epigenetics.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, or is it not? If you want to ask it again in another way.
Maybe what would you say what is needed in order to support corporational growth?
Well,
in terms of
what
abilities
is
and
needed is a couple of things. One, we have to have the desire to grow up. Okay, we have to change ourselves. As we change ourselves, that will change our genetics. It will change other people, group mind again. As we grow up, we'll pull more people toward growing up. More people toward growing up than those parts of their physical system that support that more grown-up behavior will start to be used more. As they get used more, they will develop more. Parts of their system that are used mainly for warring and fighting, that sort of thing, those will diminish some. So that's just part of the evolution. We'll evolve physically, genetically, in our avatars as we grow up in consciousness, because the avatar needs to change within the rule set limits. We're not going to change something that's outside the rule set, but within the rule set that defines our biology, the avatars will change to support what we, the consciousness, want to do and the way we are. But it has to be just within the rule set. So yes, we'll grow in all those ways. We will change psychically, genetically, attitudinally, all of that will modify based on our intent.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and I got one more thing to say before we dismiss the class, and that is I'm going to give you some homework to get us prepared for tomorrow. This is easy homework. It won't take you hours to do this. Tomorrow we're going to do experiential things, and we need some targets to work with. I'll bring some. But when it comes to the healing targets that we're going to use to heal, as I try to teach you how to use your intent to heal it yourself or others, we'd like some targets. So tomorrow, we're going to need some information about people who have physical problems. It's better if these problems are visually obvious, because I'm going to give you tools that are visual. But if you're a feeling person and don't do visuals, that's all right. You can feel the visual. Okay, think of someone, this is the first one. Think of someone that you would like to have a heart-to-heart talk with. Okay, if you could have this heart-to-heart talk with no arguments, no interrupting, just sit down and have a heart-to-heart talk where you listen and they listen, you talk, they talk, no interruptions, just listening and caring. Okay, most people have someone they'd like to have that heart-to-heart talk with, somebody that's close to you. Okay. Also, I'd like the first name and initial, like Susie Q, first name and initial, of two individuals that you know who need physical healing. Okay. The first, you should know what their medical problem is. So the first person of those two, it should be somebody you're familiar with, and you know what their issues are. You know what they have. You know what their diagnosis has been and so on. You're familiar with it. The second one, you don't want to know what their illness is. So you probably will have to ask somebody else about that, Talk to your, one of your coworkers, or call up your mom and say, do you know anybody who's ill? Everybody knows people who are ill. Okay, and they'll tell you, oh yeah, her name's Susie, last name's Quincy, and you just put Susie Q down. So that's somebody you don't know exactly what their illness is, but you know this person has an illness. So have one or either, one of each. So those are two things or three things I'd like you to do. The two people, what we're going to do is we're going to pick a selection out of those people that you know what's wrong with them. We're all going to heal them in a group, going to work on them. And then after we're done, because one of the things we're going to do, not only heal, we're going to diagnose. We're going to try to find out what's wrong with them. And then after we've done that, we'll find out what the truth is, what really was wrong with them. And did we see what's wrong with them? Was that actually what was wrong with them? So that's why we need some of those as targets. We won't be able to do everybody's, but if you have them there, you will be able to use those as targets for yourself when you practice this at home or some other time. So even though we'll only use 4 or 5 or 6 of them out of all of these, everybody leaves with some targets to work with on their own. Okay, so that's the point. That's not too hard to do, I think, with as many people as are ill, that we should be able to do a couple of those. So do that tonight, and in the morning we'll talk about healing, we'll talk about remote viewing, and we'll talk about connecting, communicating with other entities, whether they're here on this planet in avatars or whether they're not, whether they've been dead or whether they've never had an avatar here. We'll talk about communicating with all of those. And then we'll have a lot more Q&A. Again, I'll try to take this and do it all in the morning, which will give us all afternoon for more questions. So if you've got questions and you hadn't had a chance to get them out, we'll have another 2 or 3 hours tomorrow to work on those questions. So that's it. We're done. Have a good evening, and thanks for coming.